Good morning, everybody. Please be seated. I'm not sure if our agenda is right. It does say May, but I think it's November out there. But welcome, everybody, to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. It is 9:30, and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And at this time, could we please stand for a moment of silent reflection?
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Would the clerk please do roll call?
Yes, and good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster, Councillor Donahue, Councillor Emo, Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills,
Here.
Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Here.
Councillor Proctor, Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
UTMGSO.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. At this time, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. Could I have I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of April 22nd, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you, Council. I now have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council closed meeting of April 22nd, 2026 be adopted, knowing that we will have to go into closed if there were any errors or omissions. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? Thank you. Well, good morning, members of council, staff, and those joining us today. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that this past Sunday marked Mother's Day. While our meeting schedule does not always allow us to recognize such occasions in real time, I would, on behalf of County Council, like to extend our appreciation to all the mothers and all those who play a maternal role in our communities. Thank you all for all that you do. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus participated in its annual Queen's Park Advocacy Day on Monday, where wardens and senior staff from across the region met with provincial representatives to advance shared priorities for rural Ontario. These discussions focused on key issues such as infrastructure, housing, and economic growth, and continue to enforce the importance of strong collaboration between our municipalities and the province. And just as a side note, on our way home in the dark, Mr. Kelly narrowly missed a moose. We got to see a moose near Apsley, so it was really cool, and it was big. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge the groundbreaking ceremony for the new Whitewater Paramedic Base on April 30th. This important milestone reflects our continued investment in paramedic service and our commitment to ensuring timely, high-quality emergency response for residents across the region. It was great to see many members of County Council, as well as our local MP, Billy Deneau, in attendance, demonstrating our shared support for this project and for the dedicated paramedic staff who serve our communities each and every day. Recently, I had the opportunity to be an honorary judge on a judging panel on the Bring on the Fun Renfrew Skating Club. It was a wonderful experience and a great example of the strong community spirit that exists across Renfrew County and beyond. There were skaters there from everywhere. I will let you know that I warned them that the entirety of my skating knowledge was that I had a Dorothy Hamill haircut in the 1980s. So. I also attended the annual Hike for Hospice in Renfrew on May 3rd. This year's Hike for Hospice saw dozens of teams and countless individuals band together to raise $95,821 for Hospice Renfrew. This past week also marked Clerks Week, providing an opportunity to recognize the essential role that clerks and legislative staff play in supporting the work of council, their efforts ensuring that meetings are conducted in accordance with legislation and best practices while maintaining transparency and accountability in municipal governments. At the same time, we also recognized Economic Development Week, highlighting the important work of staff and partners who support business growth, attract investment, and contribute to the long-term prosperity of the County of Renfrew. I would also like to congratulate our Community Services Department, and in particular, our Children's Services team on a very successful May Day. Events like these bring staff from across the county on to celebrate early years programming, learn and showcase the important services available throughout our communities. As we approach the long weekend, I would like to wish all residents and visitors a happy and safe Victoria Day weekend. This marks the unofficial start of summer, although you wouldn't know it today, and we are pleased to welcome both returning seasonal residents and visitors exploring Renfrew County, along with hopefully some favorable seasonal weather. We wish everyone a safe and enjoyable start to the season. We continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following. The County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you, and I look forward to the business of today's meeting. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Davis to introduce our delegation.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, everyone. So I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Adam Amza, Settlement Services Coordinator for Lanark and Renfrew Immigrant Settlement Services. Lanark and Renfrew Immigrant Settlement Services have been operating since April 1st, 2025, and provides free and confidential support to newcomers as they settle, grow, and thrive in Lanark and Renfrew counties. Settlement Services is a joint collaboration between Lanark and Renfrew counties and is funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. So welcome, Adam, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, council members and everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Adam Amza. I'm the program coordinator for Lanark and Renfrew Immigrant Settlement Services. For short, we call it LRIS. Today, when we do this presentation, I wanted to move away from numbers alone and give council practical look on what settlement services actually look on the ground in Renfrew County, who we are supporting, why this work matters for the long-term growth and sustainability of our communities. The purpose of today's presentation is really three things. First, to provide council with an overview of how settlement services operate in practice across Renfrew County. Second, to share local examples that reflect the realities of newcomers, what newcomers are facing when they arrive in rural communities. And third, to demonstrate the value of coordinated community support and partnership in helping newcomers integrate successfully. Settlement work is often misunderstood as simply helping someone fill out forms or providing information. In reality, it's a long-term community integration work that touches employment, schools, healthcare, housing, language development, mental health, transportation, and social inclusion. Especially in rural communities, newcomers often rely heavily on local relationships and local systems to succeed. When newcomers arrive in Renfrew County, many are entering communities that are very different from large urban centers. A lot of families arrive with limited knowledge of Canadian systems. Some may have strong professional backgrounds, but they are navigating everything from healthcare to taxes to school systems for the first time. Others arrive with language barriers, transportation challenges, employment difficulties, or family pressures connected to relocation and adjustment. What makes rural settlement unique is that services are more spread out geographically. Transportation becomes a challenge, community networks matter more, accessing support often requires much more coordination. Our role is to support newcomers from arrival through early integration while working closely with schools, employers, libraries, healthcare providers, municipalities, and community organizations. This is not a work that happens in isolation. It only works because of strong local partnerships that we have. Before I continue, I want to briefly introduce Francesca, our settlement worker supporting Renfrew County. Francesca has been supporting outreach, client services, community engagement locally, and we're happy that we have her today here. When we continue, to mention our settlement support and our service streams, our work operates across several service areas. The first thing that we do when a newcomer arrives is needs and asset assessment. We often call it NARS. This is where we identify clients' settlement needs, strengths, local goals, barriers, and immediate priorities. We create a personalized settlement plan and connect people to appropriate services through our referral program. The second is information and orientation. This includes helping newcomers understand Canadian systems, community services, rights, responsibilities, healthcare, transportation, education, and everyday life in Canada. The third is our employment services section. This includes resume support, career planning, workplace orientation, and referrals, helping clients understand the Canadian labor market. The fourth area is community connections. This includes our informal language circles, community events, informal social integration events, and opportunities to reduce isolation. Finally, we have a program called SWIS, which is Settlement Workers in Schools. This is for newcomer kids and to support the newcomer youth and their families as they transition into schools and adapt the education system here in Canada. What is important to understand is that these service streams overlap constantly. One client may require support across all 5 areas at the same time. When we see newcomers supported in our area, over the reporting period since April 2025, LRIS supported 123 unique newcomers across Renfrew County, with 196 total service interactions. Most services were delivered in Petawawa, Town of Renfrew, and Pembroke, but support was also provided in Deep River and Empire. Clients that we serve come with a range of immigration statuses. Some are permanent residents beginning long-term settlement journeys. Others were work permit holders supporting local industries and our healthcare systems. We also support refugee claimants and protected persons many of whom arrive with complex settlement needs and vulnerabilities. One thing we are seeing consistently in this rural area, and our communities are becoming our areas are becoming increasingly attractive for newcomers because of affordability, employment opportunity, and quality of life. At the same time, rural settlement requires strong coordination because infrastructure and supports are naturally more limited than large urban centers. One of the biggest things I wanted to communicate today is that settlement support is not a single transaction. It's an ongoing process. A newcomer family may first come to us needing help and to understand healthcare, but then later they may need employment support, then school support for their children, and then maybe tax filing assistance, then language training, then housing advocacy. The needs evolve over time. In many cases, settlement workers become one of the primary points of connection between newcomers and the broader community system. The next few slides highlight real examples that reflect the type of work happening locally. The first example involves a newcomer family from Syria that entered the program in July 2025. The family included parents, young adults, and school-aged children. At intake, it became very clear quickly that this was not a short-term support situation. There were language barriers, healthcare concerns, employment challenges, school integration issues, housing instability, financial pressures happening simultaneously. Since entering the program, family has received more than 20 direct service interactions across multiple service streams. This is where settlement work becomes highly relationship-based and coordinated. Support included ongoing case management, referral to healthcare supports, school registration assistance, employment counseling, information sessions on Canadian systems, language circles and committee engagement activities, and interpretation and as well as advocacy support. The second example highlights a larger newcomer family in Parawawa that joined the program during the early rollout phase of in 2025. Like many newcomer families, they arrived with practical needs. We helped this family. Our team coordinated intake assessments for all the family members and supported access to essential services, including social insurance number applications, OHIP registration, CRA orientation, tax filing support through partnerships with ConnectWell, and informal language circles as well to develop their English language skills, and as well as Swiss programming for youth transitioning into school systems. One thing that made a major difference was the family orientation sessions. Sometimes something as simple as explaining transportation systems or appointment booking or emergency services can significantly reduce anxiety for newcomer families. The outcomes from this family journey included strong independence, improved school adjustment for youth, and continued engagement in community programming. And honestly, those are the types of long-term outcomes we hope to see, not dependency, but gradual confidence and integration. Beyond individual cases, we have also focused heavily on community-wide programming. One example was the 6 weeks online citizenship preparation training delivered across Lanark and Renfrew counties. Several participants successfully completed their citizenship test afterward, and it was a major milestone for many of them. We also continue delivering our informal language circles across communities, including Parawawa, Empire, and Renfrew. These circles are intentionally informal and community-based. For many newcomers, language confidence develops faster in comfortable social settings than in informal classrooms alone. We have volunteers, about 22 of them, who are English language teachers before their retirement, and they are actively volunteering for us in running the circles. We've also seen clients move from isolation into active community participation through volunteering, networking, and local engagement opportunities. The social connection piece is extremely important in rural settlement network. The pictures that you see on the screens are our community engagement activities that we have done throughout the year. This is one of the strongest parts of the program. A large portion of our success comes from collaboration with libraries, schools, volunteers, employers, and healthcare providers. When settlement works best, when community itself becomes a part of the integration process. And one thing that has been encouraging to see in Renfrew is the willingness of local organizations and residents to step forward and support newcomers in practical ways. You see there our informal language circles. We have potlucks. We have other events that we have participated actively to do outreach and to get newcomers to be able to use the services that we provide. What this story show? The stories we shared today really highlight a few broader themes. The first newcomers are choosing rural communities and many want to build long-term lives here. Second, successful integration requires coordinated support systems. And third, early settlement support creates stronger long-term outcomes, not only for newcomers, but the communities themselves. Most of the time, the newcomers that we have seen in our areas are also sponsored from another country. So making them independent and making sure that they have everything that they needed will also be great for the sponsors that they work with. When newcomers integrate successfully, communities benefit through workforce participation, economic contribution, and school enrollment stability, cultural diversity, and long-term population growth. Settlement work is ultimately community development work. In closing, the recommendation today is simply that Council receive this report for information and continue encouraging collaboration among community partners and stakeholders to support newcomer settlement and inclusion in Renfrew County. I also want to acknowledge the many local organizations, volunteers, schools, and staff of Renfrew County, and as well as service providers who continue partnering with LRES. The work truly depends on collaboration. Thank you again for your time today. I'd be happy to answer any questions Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. Great work. I'll open it up for comments, questions. The member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Mr. Amza. Excellent presentation. Just a couple of questions. I noticed from your presentation that a lot of the supports are happening in the larger communities, i.e. Petawawa, Pembroke, Arnprior, Renfrew. What about some of the smaller municipalities? I remember from earlier on that one of the initiatives that the local immigration partnership was doing was providing English language training individually in some people's homes who are in the more remote and rural communities, i.e. transportation sometimes being a challenge, etc. Is that a practice that is still happening? And the other comment I would like to make is, I think it's really important, and I wonder if there's a way that as local councils, we would have some idea of who may be a new immigrant family moving into our communities, that we could invite them to a council meeting and provide support locally as well. Thank you. Thank you.
We have had interactions with newcomers from the smaller communities. For example, we had clients from Beachburg where they needed some support with their immigration statuses, and they're actually processed with what they have with the Immigration Refugee Citizenship Canada. So we have had some interactions, but how we do the support, because of the area we cover and the staff that we have, we do outreach, and we have promotional materials across Lanark and Renfrew. And when newcomers see that, they come to us, and we initiate the process. But the towns that we mentioned, the big communities, are mainly, those are the ones where most of our newcomers are living. But we've also had other interactions in Beachburg and other the small communities as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you, Adam and Francesca, and everybody that works in your organization for all the supports and services you provide. It helps for a seamless transition to all of our newcomers here in the area. So it's really, what you do is really important. And I know that firsthand from my association with the El Jokadar family in Petawawa. They would not be where they are today, a year and a half after coming, without all the supports that they've received from you. So thanks for that. Just one question. I know there is some English ESL language training that is provided, but sometimes it can be sporadic, just a couple days a week, a couple hours here and there. And what we found is these families, when they first get here, they need to work to earn an income to support their families. And there's not much ESL training on the weekends or in evenings. So is there a plan going forward to expand or provide different hours for ESL to further support these families?
Thank you. Our program is heavily dependent on volunteers, and that's why we only do it on weekdays when accommodating our volunteers' times. To accommodate all our newcomers, and we understand they're working as well, we have initiated online ESL circles. So every Friday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., anyone can join online to learn English. We have volunteers set up for that session, and we're also in other planning phases to get more sessions across Petawawa and Deep River, where newcomers can go based on their availability to learn English. But the program overall is highly dependent on volunteers and ESL instructors. That's why we were not able to get more active sessions on weekends. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. Adam, thank you. Appreciate you taking the time to come and inform us and the public on such an important service. I do recognize the library is a key location in Beachburg, where I know we have settlement families that use that as a gathering spot, and we thank you for that partnership. But I had a couple questions. The first one is just on the distribution of the clients geographically. Your slide had a representation that is heavily weighted towards Petawawa, and I'm wondering, what makes Petawawa so attractive? We have no idea. What makes Petawawa so attractive for settlement, or is this just the way the dice was rolled?
Thank you. These newcomers that we have here, they're called GARs. They're government-assisted refugees. So there are sponsors who these newcomers that we have here are from a war-torn country. Either it could be in Middle East, in Africa, wherever it is, but they were in another third-party country, and they were waiting there while they get sponsored to Canada or some other places. So the sponsors we have here and the government of Canada come together to sponsor this family, to move them out there and to bring them here. So it's mainly where the sponsors are from, right? So we have sponsors in Petawawa, we have sponsors in town of Renfrew, where those sponsors were actively working to sponsor a family and bring them to where they are. So if the sponsors are living in Petawawa, the newcomers come to Petawawa. So it's mainly dependent on where the sponsors are living as well.
Supplementary.
Yeah, thanks, Warden. So two other things I'll put on the floor. One, and if the Warden would allow it, I'd be curious to hear from Petawawa how they as a municipality have responded to this large increase or large collection of settlement hosted people. And I'm also curious about how does your organization, Adam, interact with municipalities when when you realize collections of settlement families in specific areas? So I don't know, Warden, how you might want to handle that, but it's a question on the floor.
We'll let Adam go first with your last question, and then I'll turn it over to the member from Petawawa.
Municipalities across Renfrew County, plus the libraries that we work with, are very much active and willing to support us throughout all the service interactions that we have with newcomers. I remember Petawawa Public Library prepped the first space that we needed to even discuss about the family that we have in Petawawa. So the interactions that we have with them is really great, and with whatever we need, they're always willing to support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Service.
Thank you.
How do you do it?
Thank you, and through you. I'm not sure why we're so attractive to not only newcomers, but everybody in Renfrew County. So Adam is right. A lot of it has to do with the sponsorship groups. So in Petawawa, in the past 5 or 6 years, there was a lot of sponsorship groups that brought Ukrainian families to Petawawa, some of who still remain there. And most recently, 17 Al Jokadar family members from Syria who came from a refugee camp in Jordan. Part of the program is that they must live in the community that supported them for 1 year at least. Should they choose to move on after that, then that's a personal decision. But I think the sponsorship group itself does whatever they can to make them feel comfortable and successful in the community, and the hope is that they will remain there in the community. In terms of the municipality and how we support them, as Adam said, the library is a big part of that, providing space and staff and opportunities for ESL courses or other gatherings, some of the chat groups. But the municipality itself does not have a dedicated program or anything in place to actively support. It's basically you're leaning on the sponsors themselves. Yeah.
Thank you. Member from Iron Prior.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Adam. Just to echo what Mayor Services said, in our part we have Emily Stoville with the museum and our library, and we have the sponsoring groups as well. The library is the main hub for our language training, and the community as a whole gathers everybody up. Council, as in Petawawa, we're just an information post, but if they need a building or a room or whatever that we can provide, that's what we do. But Emily Stoville is our main person who was here a couple of months ago to receive an award for what she's done in Arnpar. Thank you, Warden.
Excellent. Thank you. Anything further? Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. And just to follow up on some of the comments, so I'm just curious if council wanted to know when there's new, or if there's new families, immigration in our communities, is the library the best route to get that information? Or can your staff actually include the local councils with any information that might be going to the libraries, or are the immigrant families searching this out for themselves? I'd just like to know if there's a way, excuse me, that we could make that initial contact as council when somebody new comes into our community.
We most of the time when a new family arrives, the family would go to the library, or sponsor groups will make contact with us prior the family arrival. Mostly that's what happened in Renfrew and Petawawa as well, and we're also in contact with other sponsor group in Empire. Yes, mostly we will be the one with the information, so we can share it with the local council. We can do that, and mostly for the families are open to be in contact with council and other community groups to make their transition settling in the community very smooth. So yes, we can provide as well.
Thank you. Actually, sorry, member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. That's a great point and a good idea. I think it's important for the community to be aware of the newcomers that are coming into their town. And right now, unless we actively search out who is there or find the sponsors, the council would not be aware. It's always been a mandate in Petawawa. We try and find as many newcomers as we can and invite them to our Canada Day celebration so that they come and experience their first Canada Day. But I know that we are missing some people because we're just not aware that they have entered our community. So it'd be great if there was a list that could be provided each year or as they arrive in the community, just a heads up to council to say, hey, these new folks have just entered your community, and please feel free to reach out to them. And there is, I know in Petawawa and maybe some other communities, but there are some work programs that bring immigrants to the country as well. And I know McDonald's in Petawawa was a huge proponent of this. They've brought at least 15 to 20 people from the Philippines to work at the McDonald's in Petawawa. And I know now some of them have transitioned to Pembroke as well.
Interesting. If there's nothing further, so to the point of ensuring that the municipalities know, when we had our family from Syria come and live in the village of Eganville, we were told, and we sent our fire chief to the house to make sure that there were working smoke detectors, CO detectors, and in fact, the fire chief trained them on how to use a fire extinguisher, which they had never seen before. So it's simple things like that that we take for granted that you would never think of. And the father found the fire extinguisher under the sink, I guess, and said, you know, how do we use this? It seems very important. So again, things we take for granted. So thank you, Adam. Appreciate it and all the work you do. Have a great day. All right, moving on. Councillor Lynch, take us through the operations report. No, sorry, correspondence.
You almost missed me.
I know. I almost pulled a Peter Emo.
It's all about the moose.
It is all about the moose.
All the correspondence that has been received has been forwarded to the appropriate committee warden. Thank you.
See, you joke, but we were both rattled after that. We were. All right, now over to Councillor Lynch with the operations report.
Thank you, Burton. I didn't want to overtake the CAO. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, number 1, PWC 202610, enhanced OSIM inspections and load posting evaluations for county structures. The information is under. Number 2 is C229 Burnt Bridge consultation, municipal class environmental assessment. The information is below. Recreation Trails Management Plan, the information is below. Number 4 is the Transportation Master Plan and related policies. That was a marathon a couple Wednesdays ago. Information is there. Under resolutions, Warden, we have protection of municipal public workers and contractors. Resolution number OPCC 260454, moved by chair, seconded by committee, whereas municipal public works employees and contracted service providers maintain critical infrastructure, including roads, sidewalks, bridges, drainage systems, and winter maintenance operations, essential to public safety and emergency response, and whereas during significant weather events and emergency situations, these workers act as frontline responders to keep routes open for ambulances, fire services, police, school transportation, and traveling public. And whereas municipalities across Ontario are reporting increasing incidents of harassment, threats, intimidation, and interference directed at municipal workers and contractors while performing their duties, and whereas such incidents include verbal abuse, threats of violence, obstruction of equipment, and actions that delay or disrupt municipal operations, creating risk to worker and public safety, and whereas the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors has called on the province of Ontario to strengthen legislative protections and enforcement measures for municipal workers and contractors. and therefore it be resolved that the County of Renfrew supports the advocacy efforts of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to enhance protections for municipal public workers and contractors, and further that the province of Ontario be requested to introduce legislative and enforcement measures to recognize municipal workers and contractors as essential providers during significant weather events and emergency situations, deter and penalize interference, threats, harassment, or obstruction of municipal operations, and provide clear direction and support to police services to proactively respond to such incidents, and further that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario and Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housings, MPP Billy Deneau, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, and local municipalities within the County of Renfrew. The background is there. Number 6 is a PWC 2026-68 rehabilitation of County Road 68, which is Rockingham Road. Resolution number OPCC 260455, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that the Council approve contract PWC 2026-68 as submitted by Bonacheri Excavating Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, for rehabilitation of County Road 68, Rockingham Road, from Guinea Road to Letterkenny Road, Township of Brunel, Linnock, and Raglan, in the amount of $1,082,510.84 plus applicable taxes. And the background is there. All which is respectfully submitted by myself, Vice Chair, on behalf of Glenn Dorchester. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We'll go back to information item number 1. Comments, questions, concerns? Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please? Thank you. All in favor? Thank you, Council. And over to you, Chair Bros, with the Development and Property report.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Development and Property, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the contract award for the building automation system upgrades, as well as the financial implications that are attached. Moving to resolutions, item number 2, the terms of reference for the Forestry Sector Committee, resolution number DP-CC-260442, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council accept the updated terms of reference for the new Forestry Sector Committee as presented, and that the committee structure bylaw number 36-26 be amended to reflect the change. Once again, the background is attached. Item number 3 is the Magnesium Mine and Industrial Park Development Project, resolution number DP-CC-260443, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council allocate a budget of $25,000 from county strategic reserves for appraisal and survey work for a Class 3 industrial park located in the Township of Whitewater Region. There's quite a bit of background attached there, and I would like Mr. Davis just to add a few comments when we review that. Item number 4, bylaws, is the tariff of fees regarding planning matters, resolution number DP-CC-260445, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a tariff of fees bylaw for applications made in respective planning matters, and that the delegated authority bylaw, being bylaw number 98-24, be amended at its next update to include authority for the manager of planning services to approve peer review technical studies, and that bylaw 93-23 be repealed. Once again, the background is attached. Item number 5 is the lease agreement extension for 450 O'Brien Street, Renfrew, resolution number DP-CC-260446, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing a lease extension with Paradise Children's Programs, Inc. for space at Renfrew County Place, 450 O'Brien Street, Renfrew, Ontario, commencing March 1st, 2026. And that is the report, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. We'll go back. Information item number 1. Under resolutions, number 2. Number 3. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, just for clarity and to provide some more context in the background for this item about the Magnesium Mine Industrial Park, and for clarity that the County Council is being looking for direction to give to staff, that we are marketing this mine site. We're not looking at buying the mine site itself. It's owned by the province. We're looking at this as an economic driver for all of Renfrew County. We see this critical mineral, magnesium, as a driver. We see the need for, with this, as a creation of jobs, creation of industry. We have the challenges facing this industrial park and the mine site with some of our electrical capacity and our workforce housing and items like that. And that's why it's coming forward as the County of Renfrew, the economic development staff, will be leading this marketing of the mine site itself. The second portion of this committee package is the industrial park, the Class 3 industrial park that the county will take the lead on. You may recall that the Whitewater region started the process, and after discussions with ourselves, staff, and here at County Council, that the direction would be that the County of Renfrew Economic Development Team to go through the process of trying to acquire through the province 90 acres for an industrial park. And hopefully that provides clarity, Warden.
Thank you. Anything on 3? Under bylaws, number 4, number 5, the report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you, Council. We have no consent items, but I will now call on the Associate Director of People, Culture, and the Deputy Treasurer, Mr. Bellamore.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, good morning. Today we have 2 resolutions. Recommendation number 1 is that County Council adopt employment bylaw number 2, the collective agreement with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE Local 1508, Bonachar Manor, for a 2-year contract term effective from January 1, 2026 to December 31, 2027.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, second by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Discussion. All in favor? Thank you. And your second resolution, please.
Thank you. Recommendation that County Council adopt employment bylaw number 5, the collective agreement with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE Local 3586, Miramichi Lodge, for a 2-year contract term effective from January 1, 2026 to December 31, 2027.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just a question in terms of the timelines. The contract term for both of these recommendations ends December 31st, 2027. I'm just curious, when does the renegotiation to go beyond that, when would that commence?
Mr. Bellamore.
Thank you, and through you. There is a clause in each collective agreement that stipulates how soon they can serve us notice to bargain. It's typically anywhere between 90 and 180 days from the expiration of the agreement. Quite often they reach out to us and then we try and set negotiation dates within the 90-day window, although frequently we end up negotiating into the next term because it takes a little bit longer to coordinate folks' schedules around Christmas time to actually conduct negotiations.
Thank you. Anything further? All in favor? Wonderful. Thanks, Council. We have no closed session. We have no reports from representatives appointed to external boards. Are there any notices of motion? Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I would like to provide a notice of motion that I will be bringing forward a motion to nominate Peter Emo to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, the board representing the Rural Caucus.
Thank you for that. We'll look forward to that motion at the end of May. We have no members' written motions. Are there any announcements? Member from McNabb Braeside, please.
Thank you. You'll see on your desks, I dropped off a save the date for the annual Mayor's Mechanical Bull Riding Challenge. I guess the big question at the bottom of it is one that each of us can weigh. Are we a seasoned enough politician to handle the bull? So it is in Saturday. This is an early notice, but it is a ton of fun. And if you physically yourself don't want to do it, you can send a designate. But the more mayors, the better. It's the photos that we'll get that will be the best part. Anyway, I hope everyone is able to join us in August.
I feel this the way I feel about dunk tanks. Like there's a high probability I am going to be injured, but the competitive person in me is like, oh yeah, oh yeah, I'll be there. We'll just have paramedics on standby, right? No, okay. Are there any other announcements? A member from Madawaska Valley, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. Yeah, I have announcement of an event in Renfrew County West, a message from the Barriers Bay BIA Vice Chair, Pam Nichols, and here's the message. On behalf of the Barriers Bay BIA, it is my pleasure to formally invite you to attend our signature event, Bay Days, taking place on Saturday, May 16, 2026 in beautiful Barriers Bay. This special community celebration will run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with opening ceremonies beginning at 10 a.m. Hopefully we could all see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member from Greater Mad, did you have your hand up?
No, I was just going to comment on Mayor Hognott's that the pictures be the greatest thing. I was wondering, are those X-ray pictures?
Are there any other announcements? I see none. Is there any new business? Then at this time, I have a resolution that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, second by the member from Head Clare Mariah. All in favor? And I have a resolution that bylaw 46-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on May 13th, 2026, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Member from Laurentian Hills, second by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? And finally, I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 10:21 a.m. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Head Clare Mariah, second by the member from Whitewater. All in favor? And we are adjourned and 10:35 for Health Committee. That's what I'm being told, and I do what I'm told. 10:35. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Health Committee. It is Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. It is 10:37. I missed my mark by 2 minutes. Apologies. I'm calling the meeting to order. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has the roll been called, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. I would invite at this juncture disclosure of pecuniary interest and, if any, the general nature thereof, please. I see none. Seek a motion that the minutes of the April 8th, 2026 meeting be approved, please. Councillor Grill, seconded Councillor Lynch. Any errors or omission, committee? None are forthcoming. All in favor? That is carried. There are no delegations or presentations this morning. Likewise, for communications, we will go directly into consent reports and begin with Mr. Quaid, please, the long-term care consent report.
Thank you, and through you to committee. Item number 1 is our long-term care resident statistics report. As you can see, we remain over 97% occupancy rate in both homes. And the Ontario Health at Home wait list, again highlighting that Bonachère Manor and Miramichi Lodge remain the top choices, or top 3 choices, I should say, in the county. And, excuse me, number 2 is the Renfrew County District Health Unit inspection. So the health inspector was in and conducted a compliance inspection in Miramichi Lodge, identified a couple of areas that were remedied prior to them leaving, and some ongoing education and monitoring has been implemented to address any future concerns. And number 3 was the delegated authority, and under bylaw 9824, we have the execution of the multi-sector service accountability agreements for both Bonachère Manor Senior Adult Day Program. And that will expire next year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. So, committee, going back to item number 1, the long-term care resident statistics. Questions, comments? Item number 2, the health unit inspection reports. And finally, the MSA, the delegated authority. Then moving, thank you very much, move directly to Chief Nolan, the emergency services consent report, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to start off through you to committee with one of the gentlemen in front of me regarding the paramedic Pembroke base.
I was wondering which one it was. Mr. Davis, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Item number 1 in your committee package is the Pembroke Paramedic Base update. You recall in this committee, we've talked about different options moving forward for this Pembroke Paramedic Base, working with our CAO, our treasurer, our paramedic teammates. We've focused now our efforts onto the green space here at International Drive. You see in your committee package a quick little drawing of the green space that we're focusing all our efforts on to make this a paramedic base within this complex. And what for our next steps is going to engage an engineering firm to look at some geotechnical studies and moving forward, how to move forward in the sense of a design build or some other options to make this a reality in the near future. So that's an update, Chair.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chief.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Davis, for that update. We're very excited about this property and continuing to collaborate with your department to get it moving forward. Item number 2, Mr. Chair, related to the flood response and the paramedic service update. Important to note that the CAO and the warden called a meeting a few weeks ago related to the multi-community response related to flooding. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was a request by the leaders from each of those municipalities that the Sierra team mobilized to be able to do wellness checks and to be able to provide greater situational awareness from an emergency response perspective. So each of those mayors, reefs, and CEMCs made that request. We mobilized the next day, and as a result, we're able to assess 268 locations, which we've also mapped They're broken down there by municipality for you. And then as well, some of the ongoing assessments that are complicated by the need for either the boat, some of our inflatable watercraft, as well as wading in chest-deep water. And certainly the side-by-sides were invaluable as well. So in many respects, in collaboration with local fire services and other municipal staff, we were able to assess residents for health and vulnerability, property impact, accessibility, which there remains, significant challenges related to access to some of these properties, and then specific hazards within each of those. So we did also create a digital flood area map using our drone of the area. So as the chair earlier pointed out to me, it'd be great to have the before, the during, and the after imagery to be able to say, here's what it looks like when people think it is flooding or isn't flooding, or what's actually going on at certain time points. So we'll make that imagery available to each of those municipalities as well, should it be of value for advocacy or future planning work. Item number 3, Mr. Chair, is related to delegated authority. Under the bylaw, there are 2. One is the secondment agreement with Class Publishing, and the second is the mobile application for development agreement with Class Publishing as well. So those are within today's package, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Once again, committee, taking you back to item 1, the Pembroke Paramedic Base. Any questions, comments? I note that perhaps Mr. Davis was aware of it. I had thought that the extent of the grass cutting had heretofore been the edge of the property, but it looks to me like even with the paramedic base, we could probably get a horseshoe pit and maybe a volleyball court or something and still have lots of room. Did you want to speak to that?
I'm not sure about the horseshoe pit, but yes, I can add a little more clarity. So if you happen to be driving by or driving through 7 International Drive, the community services side of things, you'll see some stakes in the middle of the field that was placed by our public works and then verified by a survey company to make sure that the stakes are indeed the property boundaries of part 2 of this property. So if you drive by, you'll see it's a decent expansive green space to utilize for the next paramedic base, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any items on the flood response? I'll begin with Councillor Service and then go to Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. It's interesting to hear your collaboration with the local fire departments in terms of use of boats and stuff for the flood response. On a normal day, let's just say there's a call in Petawawa on the river. Is there a coordinated response between your units and the Petawawa Fire Department in terms of perhaps they can get a boat there quicker, that type of thing?
Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. An important question. I think that like any complex situation, such as a motor vehicle collision, each organization have their respective jurisdictions and areas of responsibility. If there's a closer asset, whether that be a fireboat, for example, or potentially even a civilian watercraft that's available, those certainly are options. The greater consideration for us in that response capability is what is the capability or what is the dynamic risk assessment related to the responder, not necessarily the watercraft. So we don't routinely put non-marine trained paramedics in a marine environment where we can avoid it, so as to be able to protect the provider, but also to be able to complete the mission safely. So part of our stance in terms of having a watercraft is about reliability. We're blessed with a few municipalities that have that capabilities, yours being one. So there is communication through dispatch, for example, in terms of availability of watercraft, suitability of watercraft to the mission as well. Not all watercraft are designed for certain purposes and related to the mission. And then also respecting that a fire service may have a specific purpose for their boat, for their function or jurisdiction, that may not be the same priority as the reason that we need our boat for our jurisdiction. And a good example of that would be, an island on fire, for example. We had that circumstance in another municipality last year where the fire service, despite the fact they had watercraft, had no availability for the paramedics to use that watercraft because, of course, they were fighting the fire as it related to that. So I think that the interagency collaboration is good. It can always be improved upon. but to take multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional approach is fundamental for us because, of course, while there are a few that have certain capabilities, we have many municipalities that have shore-based only capabilities, and those also live within our jurisdiction where we have needs to be offshore, meaning, keep your feet dry versus potentially get wet. So it's situational, and then also based on the availability of the local resource, and then what is the training and the risk assessment associated with the responders associated with that. It's quite complex in terms of, for example, being able to load someone on and off a boat. It's another thing to load them from a boat onto a float plane, for example, which we have to do. So the stability of that can actually make the circumstance worse if you're not trained specific to the task and the mission. And that's really the specialization of the Sierra team beyond the clinical care that they provide. It's how do we do that and not put the responders or the people that have been affected at a greater risk given the environment.
Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, it's just a comment. This Sierra team capability to get eyes and ears on individuals who had decided to remain in their residence, although isolated and unable to get to them by road, it provided some significant information back to our municipal emergency control group, including the reassurance that we knew that these people, at least we knew where they were and how we could respond to them. So I just want to thank the county, the staff within the paramedics Sierra team for doing this work and responding so well. And I have to stress the integration of that information into the working levels of the municipal emergency control group. It worked, and I think we need to take that communications that what enabled in this emergency or this scenario, and we replicate that. So the question I have is in the future, for a similar situation or a different one, how do we turn this on? Would it take another meeting, or is this something that could simply be requested by CEMC? And how might it change in a scenario like a tornado? Those are things that I would be interested if staff could either comment on or consider for future.
Thank you very much. Chief, have this one to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think you highlighted a number of very important points, Councillor, in that I think we all have to acknowledge that flooding, major windstorms, tornadoes are now predictable. At one time, we'd be surprised every time, and then we'd react surprised, and then you don't get the most reliable response associated with that. I think now we've hit a cadence to be able to say, how has our HIRA, or Hazard Identification Risk Assessment, shifted over the years? For the first chunk of my career in the county, the number one risk related to our HIRA was the rail line through Renfrew County, which now only dips into Arm Park, for example. So how has that shifted? Well, we've seen an increased cadence in terms of major weather events, whether that be flooding, windstorms. It was June last year, you recall, when we had the major windstorm that resulted in devastation through chunks of the county as well as Algonquin Park. And Mattawa's provincial park, which I believe is still closed, was stricken by that as well at Champlain Park. So in terms of the activation component, I think that there are things that inherently are a little bit sneaky, right? And water tends to be one of them, despite the fact that we're all well aware. I think that there's the potential for complacency in terms of early activation, and in many respects, the best time to activate is before the bad thing has happened. And so a tornado is inherently different, or a major windstorm, in that unless it's a derecho where you may have a few hours notice, or a tornado that tends to be so spot dependent, it's a little bit of a different stance. But any municipality can request the emergency services lens on these things. I think we have an excellent working relationship, in many parts thanks to Steve Osipenko for his very close working relationship with your CEMCs. But I think in terms, without being hyper-vigilant, I think we all do need to lean into these realities that we're all facing and then do what we can in terms of mitigation and planning ahead of time, and then have an early enough trigger that we have a common situational awareness. And I think that's part of the key to be able to avoid the kind of stereotypical response that, well, that happens every year, therefore it's not a bad thing. I think we all need to have a think about what that looks like in terms of what's an acceptable loss, whether that's economically, financially, socially, or even from a human perspective, on through to how do we draw red lines. I know Whitewater Region, for example, knows their levels above sea level. Like I've never seen, a municipality be so conversant in terms of height above land. But when we think about it in terms of the overall and collective response, gathering early, I think would make a significant difference, even if it's in the planning phase long before the flood or the severe weather occurs. So that's why we did do, under Craig's direction last year, a county-wide exercise, and that's certainly something that we could contemplate again this year if that helps the collective awareness. In terms of the activation or the response phase, which should be coming after the planning phase, just to try to follow my logic here, we would request as early a heads up as possible, even if it's a matter of concern, because we can then try to right-size the response associated with that concern and then be able to mobilize. I think sandbag machines were a good example of that this year. Our friends in Public Works were good enough to store them last winter in a far, far away sand dome somewhere. But we were able to roll them down the road, do the preventative maintenance, have them ready to go, and then roll them out same day as the requests come in. I think Global Medic is another good example of the early activation that Whitewater and others have done to the PEOC, allowed them to come in with some new assets that we might not have even known that they had available to them. Who thought that we could roll out a rubber bladder and be able to protect a roadway when in all years past that's been a sandbagging endeavor that takes a different level of muscularity to be able to achieve. So I think that the opportunities exist. I think the planning phase is by far the most important. The response phase, as it relates to this, is available 24/7. You can pick up the phone, call 911, and speak directly to our commander. You can phone the 1-844 number after hours and speak directly to our commander, or my phone's on 24/7, as is Craig's, to be able to field any questions or concerns that you may have. And I think that's likely the most responsible posture that we can take, given the cards that we're currently dealt. Are there other ways that we could communicate more efficiently, potentially? And whether that's through diligent or whether that's through other means. We do not currently have a warning system of our own in Renfrew County as it relates to municipal infrastructure. We rely on the Amber Alert system. We rely on local radio stations and media, which are super helpful. There's long been discussion of, do we need our own, blast communications? Craig's brought that up a couple times in terms of what technology is now available for us to be able to get that message out, because communications is often the number one thing to fail and often the most important thing to ensure success. So I think we need to consider that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Hodnott, please.
Just a quick comment with my mayor hat on. Thank you to your department, to your first responders, to your EMS for the work you did in McNabb Braeside. It brings, there's such a level of comfort for the residents that are trapped in a home surrounded by water, doing what they can to save their pride and joy, to have someone come and say, "Are you okay?" It's immeasurable. And thank you so much for everything you do. And with the county councillor hat, I remain incredibly proud to be a member of this council, to have an emergency system that we have. Just thank you. Can't say thank you enough to the EMS. What an excellent, excellent job that you continue to do each and every time we need you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to respond, Chief?
I would, Mr. Chair, through you to committee. What I'd like to say is that everything that we do is a collective effort. And, Craig's leadership in terms of allowing us to be able to maneuver complex situations with you, as well as the guidance of the warden by calling the meeting, allowed us to trigger a number of I won't say novel, but, perhaps forward-leaning opportunities such as the Sierra team. There was significant conversation with Andrea's team about shelter opportunities for people should they have to evacuate. Lee and his team as well, Jason and the GIS team related to the mapping that we talked about today. So everything that we do is absolutely a team effort, and I think the day-to-day collegiality that you see from this side of the room is part of that magic sauce that allows those things to happen. And then Craig being able to run some interference for us to be able to just get it done. And so the Nike CEO that we have is super helpful to be able to make that difference, to be able to ask that question, but more importantly, to be able to follow on with the resources from all of the departments. So that if somebody says, I'm done, I can't do this anymore, but I don't have a place to stay, we know that Andrea's team is going to step up. Right? If you have an advocacy opportunity where you're like, we need to show or prove that this is not okay to the province or the regulators, the GIS is an invaluable resource to that, the economic impact associated with that. So thank you for the pointed kudos, but without deflecting, but in fact sharing that. I think everyone up here is proud of the work that we do, but I'm also happy to say that we're very proud of the relationship that we have with the mayors and reeves, but the municipalities as a whole for their confidence in the work that we do. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Moving on to item 3, either of the items from the delegated authority. I see none. I would seek a motion to, bear with me, receive the consent report. Consent reports, that's correct. Councillor Brose, seconded by Warden Murphy. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, we'll go directly into the discussion report. We do only have discussion report from the emergency services this morning. Once more, back to you, Chief Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to members of committee. The first item is a resolution, and shall I read the recommendation, Mr. Chair?
Please do, and then I'll get the mover and seconder.
That the Health Committee recommend County Council approve the purchase of 4 emergency response vehicles not included in the 2026 budget, which I'll explain later, at a total cost of $380,000 or $75,000 per vehicle plus $20,000 for upfitting, and that additional costs of upfitting to meet the emergency response vehicle standard will be accomplished in-house at a minimal cost compared to traditional purchase models, and that the vehicle acquisition be financed through a capital lease, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd get a mover, please. Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Mayville. Background, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Without reading the background verbatim, I think the important highlight related to this recommendation is that this is not new money. This is moving from operating to capital. Thanks to Daniel and the finance team for assisting in negotiation with Enterprise, we've been able to see a significant reduction in the costs associated with emergency response vehicles. And by moving it from operating, meaning a rental, into a lease, it moves it into the capital side of the ledger, and in doing that, we're able to realize significant savings associated with those vehicles. So the origins obviously were a matter of austerity through the pandemic when we couldn't buy vehicles and renting was an option, and we were innovative in doing that at the time. Suffice to say now there are significant savings of these vehicles, almost 100% savings without using Trumpian math, as it relates to the costs associated with these vehicles on a month-to-month basis. So said differently, at a savings of $19,000 per year, we also know that the costs associated with the traditional emergency response vehicle upfitting model, where we go buy it from Ford, send it away, wait a year or however long, have it come back, and then the 5-year costs associated with the vehicles, depending on the type, were as much as double of what we're able to now do through this lease model. So it's not new money as an ask, it's simply a move from operating to capital, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the Trumpian math, just have to carry the zero. I think it would be about a 300% saving. So as I understand, for clarity then, so while a capital expenditure was not budgeted in 2026, the expectation at the start of this year was that the rental agreements for these 4 ERVs would in fact endure, but the vehicles would in fact be replaced, but they would be replaced on an operating basis over the course of the next 5 years. This is now capitalizing what had been recognized operationally, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So it was not missed at the time of budgeting. Thank you. Any further questions or comments, committee? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to confirm, I appreciate and support the proposal, but just financially, I just want to make sure we are going to see a reduction in operating costs for this department of $380,000 and subsequently an increase in capital. So there were no net change in taxation.
Ultimately, the report holds that there should be an annual savings of about $19,000. So I think $67,000 is approximately 0.1%. So it is, in fact, should realize, in fact, some savings, but ultimately, yes, levy neutral. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burke. Confirming for me that that rarely happens. Chief Nolan.
I think of ancillary note is that much of this is 100% funded through the community permitting program. So when we talk about levy costs as well, from an compounding perspective, those dollars could be repurposed back into the community permitting program, which is 100%, so no, not affecting the levy directly.
And in fact, to compound on that, the CP program has not been seeing annual CPI increases. So in fact, this is an opportunity for us in converting to the purchase, the capital purchase and lease versus the rental. Anything further? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to bylaws, please, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to members of committee, bylaw. I'll read the first recommendation, or the recommendation that the Health Committee recommend a County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and CAO to sign a lease agreement between the County of Renfrew and Care For and Community Services, 425 Cecilia, Pembroke, Ontario, for tenant space for the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center commencing April 1, 2026. This is a one-year lease.
Thank you so much. Seek a mover, please. Councillor Purcell, seconded. Councillor Service. Background, please, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In lieu of having space at our current base at the Pembroke Hospital, there is contemplation for VTAC space within the new build here on the property, as was identified earlier by Mr. Davis. So with that, going back to the pandemic, Care For was a logical partner at the time, gave us a very fair rate for the 1,360 square feet, and that commences April 1st, 2026. So this is a matter of housekeeping at this stage of the game, but we're also not over-obligating ourselves so that when the paramedic base is built here with the VTAC space in it, then we'll have an opportunity to terminate the lease as per the written notice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd entertain questions or comments, committee. So just for some clarity, Chief, is this in fact clinical space or is this just administrative office space?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's entirely clinical space.
Okay, it is entirely clinical space. Thank you. If there is nothing further, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'd now seek a motion that the discussion report be received as presented. Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Weir. Final opportunity for any question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. There were no deferred reports. There are no verbal reports. Mr. Kelly, there was no closed session required at the time of distribution of agenda. Does that continue to be true?
That does, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any new or other business, committee? I recognize none. With that, this meeting, seek a motion that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, please. Once again, Councillor Frenier, Councillor Bro, second. All in favor. We are adjourned. Councillor Giardini are commencing the community services. 11:15, 9 minutes. It's aspirational. For those of you at home, be back in your seats in 9 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, and welcome to the Community Services Committee meeting for Wednesday, May 13th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I have a recommendation that the minutes of the April 8th, 2026 meeting be approved. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Warden, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Any omissions discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. At this point, I would like to invite Ms. Patrick, the Director of Community Services, and Mr. Davis, the Director of Development and Property, to give their presentation on the Renfrew County Housing Vision Forward presentation. Where'd he go?
Good morning, Community Services Committee. Thank you, Chair, and through you to the committee. So Mr. Davis and myself have prepared this presentation to highlight some of the key recommendations that are in the Vision Forward Community Housing 5-Year Roadmap document that is attached in your package. This is a draft report with staff's recommendations to help guide the community housing planning, modernization, and investment approaches going forward over the next 5 years from the period of 2026 to 2030. So why do we feel that the Vision Forward is needed now? Well, certainly in terms of information that this committee is well aware of, we are seeing rising levels of housing instability, homelessness, poverty, and increasingly complex tenant needs. And as well, we're looking at an aging housing portfolio as evidenced by the Building Condition Assessment Report. And we have certainly limited financial resources and looking for opportunities to use our financial resources and limited budgets in the most efficient and effective way possible moving forward. As noted, the opportunities that we've been reviewing as staff to look at how can we modernize our systems and strengthen partnerships within the community while still meeting our legislated RGI targets. So just want to speak for just a brief moment about the RGI targets. So RGI, of course, is the rent geared to income targets. As service system manager, we are mandated to provide 1,275 community housing units. This is outlined in the Housing Services Act of 2011 in Section 40. The addresses of our community housing buildings as well as our nonprofit providers are listed in the legislation. And we're certainly heavily monitored and guided within legislation around how we can deliver these programs. So just a note, those targets have been established. They've been around for a very long time. They were in place at the time of the community housing download to municipalities back in 2000. So that is where the target has come from and been existing since that time. So as stated, the Vision Forward document is anticipated to be a way for this council to guide staff in terms of the decisions that we're making around community housing programs, our buildings, and some of our financial decisions, recognizing that it cannot be a static roadmap as new information comes to light all the time, and we want to be nimble and able to react. But it does provide us a roadmap to know where we're going and advance some of the planning that we need to do to be ready for some of the next moves within the community housing program. So a little bit more specifically, what the Vision Forward does is prioritizes some of our limited resources for those in the deepest need. As committee is aware, we have over 2,000 individuals on the community housing wait list. We're actively reviewing the community housing wait list in order to shift into our new software, or CORI. And we certainly have more demand and more need than what we have units for, and looking to do the best we can to prioritize the housing families and individuals who need the most support. This document also represents a shift away from the strictly like-for-like approach that has been presented, in the past with this council, and looks for a bit more of a diversified, system-focused approach where we can look for opportunities to move forward with replacing our aging buildings and continuing to deliver the programs that are most in need and most in demand in the community. So the document focuses on 3 key strategic areas. First, around structural systems. This is our housing programs, our portfolio renewal, long-term sustainability. You will see in the document that we talk a little bit about some of our recommendations for the community housing programs. We've recommended 2 community housing programs to be sunsetted. That is the Affordable Home Ownership Program and the Ontario Renovates Program. Those programs, although are wonderful programs and many community members were able to benefit and really appreciated those programs, unfortunately they are no longer funded through provincial funding streams. So those were historical programs that were funded through the IAH funding, the Investment in Affordable Housing, and they were attached to a revolving loan fund where if individuals sold their home before the time frame that was agreed upon, some funds were recovered and put back into a revolving loan fund that could be used then to fund future approvals of this program. And unfortunately, the provincial funding as well as the revolving loan fund have been completely exhausted. So we are recommending that those programs be discontinued, and just simply because we don't have funding to provide them within the other suite of services that we're recommending be continued. So recommending that the Emergency Homelessness Prevention Program, which is a core program that we speak about with this committee often around helping individuals with rent arrears to prevent eviction, heat and hydro arrears to prevent disconnection of services, that be continued. The Emergency Minor Home Repairs Program be continued, which is where individuals are helped with some portion of the rent to help bridge that gap between what their income may be and allow them to afford the rent. And the rental and the Emergency Minor Home Repairs Program, I may have misspoke. That program helps with repairs for homeowners that can't afford if the roof needs a repair or their furnace goes, that they can stay living safely in their home. And then the rent allowance programs help with bridging that affordability. So we're recommending the continuation of those 3 programs. Second key strategic focus area is around systems modernization, and this is something that we've spoken about pretty extensively with this committee around moving to the Akori software, where it opens up some opportunities for better data management, better waitlist management, more modern service approaches such as online work orders to be submitted through to maintenance staff and enable us to prioritize and have an equity-based approach for our community housing units. And then on the relational systems end, this is a lot around the partnerships that we have been building and expanding within the space of the Community Services Department and the County of Renfrew as a whole. Certainly, we have very strong partnerships with our 5 nonprofit community housing providers. We work closely with them in order to help them provide nonprofit housing and navigate some of the challenges that they're seeing with some of the legislative changes and other things to administer those programs. We also have, of course, with the MESA collaborative approach to compassionate care, we've really heard from our partners in that are working with many of the individuals that are in our housing units, that certainly the supports and services that they can deliver to them are it's essential that they have a safe home and a roof over their heads in order to be able to provide those services and supports to them. The hospital to home pilot, this is something that we've talked about. It's bringing us a little more into this health sector, working with our emergency services department and long-term care department around individuals that need housing and are needing to come out of hospital with some further supports around them. And of course, then the partnerships with private market landlords around private market rent geared to income initiatives, and we have about 70 of those currently within the community housing program. I think just as you'll see guided through the document, really looking to have some recommendations that will help to simplify the community housing system, have greater transparency about the programs that we're delivering and help people to access them more easily. Certainly prioritizing households that are experiencing the highest levels of financial and social vulnerability. Modernizing some of our tenant services with a focus on wellness. And looking at, incremental densification approaches within our portfolio that Mr. Davis will talk about shortly. We do have 56 single-family homes in the portfolio, and we've already, through Mr. Davis's team, seen some great opportunities to expand with duplexes and triplexes in order to increase the unit count that way. And at this point, I'll ask Mr. Davis to come and talk a little bit more about the portfolio renewal portion.
Thank you, Director Patrick, and thank you for having us today. So this vision forward is interesting, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page, building upon what we talked about, I think about 2 years ago during the BCAs, the building condition assessments of our portfolio. Back in late 2024, you had this document in front of you saying some of the conditions of our buildings don't meet the standards that we really want to achieve at all times. And at the time and during the 2025 budget creation and the 2026 budget creation through our CAO, Andrea Patrick, and Daniel Burke, we had this vision forward to replace units or some of the units at Nelson Street, the 24 units at Nelson Street. We've talked about that, given direction to staff to look for an additional spot to replace like for like. We do have experience for building new units. Since 2022, we built an 8-plex on Lee and Douglas. We've converted a single-family detached on 202 Cecil and here in the city of Pembroke from a single-family detached to a duplex. We just completed a triplex in the town of Renfrew. So we have the experience. We know what the costs are to build these units. We've mentioned before at this committee at County Council, approximately $250,000 per door, and that's when we talk about single bedroom units. So we know the costs. And I think when we move forward to look at, to replace like for 24 units, we're talking about a $7 million plus build if we talk about the same cost to do like for like. And I think with this vision forward, we're looking at a different kind of concept. We're still want to divest ourselves with some of these units as discussed in the report, like the 24 units on Nelson Street. But this will give an opportunity to be more nimble, to look at different partnerships, as Director Patrick mentioned about the different partnerships with the hospitals, with Carrefours of the world, and our not-for-profits. If we sell and when we sell the units at Nelson Street, we'll have a bit of a reserve fund to incrementally intensify some of our builds from our single-family detached, as Director Patrick mentioned. We have 56 wartime houses spread throughout the county of Renfrew. Not the most efficient way to maintain units. So if we have a war chest or a reserve fund with the selling of the 24 units, we can slowly increase our numbers to replace the 24 units that we ultimately will sell. So this vision forward will give us the opportunity. So I think we're all on the same page. We're building upon the BCAs. We're building upon the different directions we've had at County Council, but we're giving us more nimble feet to react to different options. So thank you, Chair and Andrea.
Thank you. At this point, did you want to continue on?
No,
You're done? You're done. Could I ask for some general questions regarding this report? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you. Pardon me, Madam Chair. When you say this report, is it the presentation? Because this item actually is coming up in the discussion report. So is it simply the presentation at this point?
Yes, I stand corrected on any comments on the presentation.
Okay, no, and I do not. Thank you.
Seeing none, at this point, we will be going into a closed session. A recommendation that pursuant to Section 239 Section 2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the community services move into a closed session for the following reason. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board housing property at 11:33 a.m. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Admiston Bromley, seconded by the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Welcome back. The next item is item 6, communications. There is one item from the Ministry of Education on the 2025 licensed childcare data profiles. Are there any questions, comments on that? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a second, please? Moved by the member from Marne Prior, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. I guess, are there any discussions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Consent report, there are, the first one is the Community Services Consent Report. One item on delegated authority for the transfer payment for the 2026 Early Learning and Childcare Infrastructure Fund. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. The second one is the Corporate Services Consent Report. We have the POA report. There are 2 items. One is the POA workload. Second is the POA outstanding fines as at March 31st. Are there any questions or comments on that? Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry, can I go back to the previous report?
Yes.
I missed it. I just have a question about the ELCC and the infrastructure fund. The amount that we were allocated for this year, does that have to be spent in this calendar year?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. Yes, the funds have to be spent by December 31st of this year, and very strict eligibility criteria for what would qualify to receive that funding. So it has to be a community-based center. School-based centers do not qualify. Licensed home providers do not qualify, and they have to be for new CWELC spaces that have been opened and are licensed and operational by December 31st, 2026.
Are there any other question or comments? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that consent reports be received as information. Mover, please. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by member from McNabb Braeside. All in favor? Carried. We will break now for lunch. It is 11:57. We will reconvene at 12:45. Enough time? 12:45 it is. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to the Community Services Committee meeting. We are at item 8 on the discussion report, and I will hand it over to Director Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So item number 8 is a recommendation. May I go ahead and read the recommendation, Chair?
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the recommendation is that the Community Services Committee recommends that County Council approve the Community Housing 5-year Roadmap, Vision Forward, and that the community housing property municipally known as 524 Nelson Street, Pembroke, be declared surplus to the needs of the county and authorized for disposition in 2026 in accordance with county policy, and that the 24 existing rent geared to income units within the building be replaced through a combination of portfolio-based intensification, redevelopment initiatives, and partnerships, including the strategic use of private market RGI opportunities. And that staff be directed to implement the actions and framework outlined in the roadmap, subject to annual budget approvals and future council decisions as required.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor, please? Moved by member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Certainly in terms of the background, Director Davis and myself highlighted many of the key recommendations that were contained in the Vision Forward report. Just a little bit of further information for committee. If the recommendation that is in front of you were to be approved, the next step that staff would take would be to seek MMAH approval for the sale of Nelson Street. The province we are required to seek approval from the province prior to disposing or transferring any community housing assets, due to the level of provincial and federal government funding that went into those assets. And if we were given MMAH approval, certainly the next step would be ensuring that our existing tenants at 524 Nelson Street had suitable accommodations and were supported to be moved to other units within our portfolio. At this time, due to the extensive renovation needs in that building, we do have approximately half of the units are vacant, as the cost to repair them and have them be available for use was higher than we had budget for, but there would be at least 12 individuals and families that we would need to have the time to ensure that they could be relocated to suitable units within our portfolio. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there and then happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments? Member from Adamston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, through you, both to Ms. Patrick and to Mr. Davis and all of the staff, and Mr. Kelly as well. This is, it is an outstanding document because there are a lot of threads that needed to be knit together ultimately to end up with the tapestry that's before us here. And it's incredibly complex. The kind of the high level, I think, at this point in the engagement is twofold for me. There are, certainly through the pilot project with currently RVH and St. Francis, which in all likelihood would be expanded. We are essentially de facto, if not in fact, now establishing new priority populations. Without increasing the stock of community housing, then it is reducing the availability of the housing inventory that we have for, let us call, the legacy waiting list. And people come onto the waiting list and people go off of the waiting list. But there are the static. I do recognize that this document does attest to the, I'm not sure if the terminology was fragmentation, but there are different sectors that we are going to serve and need to serve ultimately in this. But the drilling into the hospital to home I recognize that. There are a couple of links within the document. Hopefully everybody pursued those, because there is fascinating development that the University Health Network is doing, and both of those links were related to that. But in that instance, the University Health Network is not utilizing the City of Toronto community housing. They have built a building for and it would be across the spectrum. It is ALC, but it is also among the homeless. It is typically going way back years ago is what we referred to as the health links, the frequent flyers that were availing themselves of the health system. But they are funding that through themselves. They are not attaching to the City of Toronto housing units. Just yesterday, there was a CTV report from Windsor Regional Hospital that got a dedicated fund of, I think, $200 million of an initiative they're calling Hospital to Home. So it is a similar thing in that regard. So that is, in both of those instances, as I'd indicated before when we first engaged on the RVH initiative, this is wrong pocket. I didn't know there was such a term existed until I read one of those reports on the UHN. So ultimately, the health system is going to benefit by the fact of we're now allocating some of our housing stock to alleviate their problem. Their problem was created through chronic underfunding. And the underfunding is not necessarily the acute care sector. I would suggest that the biggest gap that we've had in Ontario is everybody loves to talk about and make reference to the best place for everyone is to be in the home. And they're absolutely right, and I agree 100% with them. And it's never been funded adequately, never even approaching adequate funding. And this is what we are doing in this instance. So that's item number one. Item number two is the singular largest concern I have with this strategy is the expectation that the private sector is going to step up. And what I would say in regards to that is, really the housing crisis, if you will, originated in the large cities of Toronto and Vancouver years ago, decades ago. But it has slowly been creeping down into the smaller municipalities. And we've been dealing with it here for a long time. Mr. Howarth was in this room and advised that we have a very large inventory now of approved lots for development that heretofore have not been developed. They're ready and willing. So if you have a pent-up demand and no supply, that's market failure. That is unto itself the definition of market failure. So if they've not been getting built already for the market, then it seems an enormous risk strategy to be expecting that the market will backfill. I am enormously sensitive to the discussion of the overwhelming cost to replace these units. If I could turn the clock back, I think actually Warden Murphy may be the only one in the room. No, Councillor Brose was in the room. You may recall my comment when we were discussing budget targets and talking about monsters. There be monsters on the map. We've got these expenses that we've not defined. Well, they're now defined. We have been setting aside money. I think that in the Roth IAMS report, it said $3 million. I think we're spending $6 million, but that's still only just treading water. It's not recognizing the bottom line deterioration of these assets. So ultimately, if we have not been incorporating replacement, a la growth, Mr. Perkins has left the room, then we really have not been funding these. So the challenge is not today. This is akin to planting a tree. Best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Best time to start planning for our housing replacement was 20 years ago, 25 years ago, probably when they got handed down. Second best time is now. And I don't have the solution, but I have an enormous insecurity that the private market is going to be sufficient to be able to absorb what we're talking about. In principle, it is a fantastic, innovative solution to be able to be providing the housing through financing it from others building it. But I have grave reservations that the private market will step up to provide that. There is, in fact, one line within here, and I could not find the page because, again, my computer went down. But ultimately, it talks about not investing capital or scarce capital in resources with a low return on investment. It's right in the report. I cannot imagine, as a person that runs a private business, that that's a great perspective for private developers to look at that sentence and suggest, say, that's precisely the market that I want to get into. So that, Madam Chair, that's the very high level. I've got specific discussion points, but I'll yield at that point.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Member from North Algona, Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly agree with my colleague. And maybe just to build on that, this is a very complex and complicated issue. We're faced with certainly growth in our aging population. So there is an increasing need for, whether it's transitional housing, whether it's long-term care, whether it's supportive health services. And again, we have limited resources, and the cost increases in the operations keep going up every year. We just have to look at fuel costs as one example. So the dollars get even more stretched trying to keep some of these old buildings, which have deteriorated past a point of being really fixable without replacement. Again, if the province, one of the suggestions they've made as well, you could look at modular housing. If that is one of their solutions, then they should be providing some sort of a revenue stream in order to steer us in that direction. So I certainly can support this vision forward, but I do appreciate the fact that how much longer can we make our units sustainable that we can afford and then our residents can afford the tax increases that would be required to keep them operational. So yeah, it's not an easy answer, and I certainly appreciate the effort from staff that they've put into this report in trying to build some sort of a plan to move forward to address the situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just, if I can make a comment first on Councillor Donohue's point about private RGI, and maybe the staff could comment, but when I read private RGI, essentially someone other than the county providing the capital asset that we can basically help someone lease or rent from, that would include not-for-profits or other new providers that we haven't traditionally invited into the market. Is that correct from a staff perspective?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Nicholson. So private market RGI is not so much the nonprofits, because they are part of the delivery corporations that are delivering nonprofit housing, but this would be private landlords who are charging rent as they see fit, and we would be subsidizing the difference between the rent geared to income and the landlord's rent. So we do have about 70 RGIs right now. We are looking for private market RGIs. We are suggesting that we spend some time targeting some sectors or some opportunities to increase the private market RGI. One of the concerns with leaning too heavily in that area is that if a private market landlord decides they no longer want to be in that partnership, then we could fall below our mandated target for rent geared to income target. So one of the things that we are looking at as staff and seeing some of the needs of seniors, there is definitely a gap of some, as Councillor Donohue had spoken about, there's a gap with some seniors who need more care that it's not sufficient, or they're not able to get what they need at home. They may need to be in a retirement facility, but they can't afford that cost. So that may be an opportunity for us to have a rent geared to income private market in that sphere in order to allow some individuals that need to be in those settings to have the care that they need, and for us to subsidize the affordability for them.
Perfect. Can I supplement that?
Supplemental, please.
Just, sorry, and that's the language, so I'm appreciate your feedback, and I can see how it ties directly to Councillor Donohue's comments. How do we refer to the RGI with not-for-profits? Is it a not-for-profit RGI? Is that how we identify that?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Nicholson. Just as nonprofit, and maybe if I can, just for committee's information, and perhaps it will help kind of frame this conversation, is that, so the target that the County of Renfrew as service manager is mandated to provide 1,275 units of rent geared to income housing, and we're responsible to oversee and ensure that delivery. That responsibility is embedded in legislation, so currently the Housing Services Act of 2011, and prior to that in the Social Housing Reform Act of 2000. So this target was handed down to us as the municipal service manager back in the early 2000s, when the responsibility for social housing was downloaded from the province to the municipalities. So currently, the County of Renfrew has 1,032 rent geared to income units that we own and operate. The nonprofit, which we have 5 nonprofit housing providers, they have a total of 172. And we have 70 private market rent geared to income units. So we are able to shift, so if our nonprofits wanted to increase, potentially the County of Renfrew could decrease. We are able to, if we're meeting the target and we're meeting the need, there is some flexibility and some innovation around how we can do that, as long as we're meeting the need as defined in legislation. I hope that helps.
Councillor Nicholson, did you have another question?
Yeah, sorry, just, the director put that on the floor about the transfer of these housing units from the province to municipalities. And she had indicated it happened about 2000. Legislation was updated last in 2011. But the financial plan, can you provide any details on the financial plan for that transfer that happened in 2000 compared to the financial plan that exists right now for that 1,275 units?
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I think Mr. Burke, our treasurer, really would be best to outline the financials.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Patrick. So funding in housing is several buckets. So when we talk about OPI and COCHI, those are relatively new, relatively speaking, designed to offset either new building or repair costs specific to an address, and it's rather an onerous process. The HPP funding, while it can be diverted to capital jobs, is typically used on the operating side, the direct homelessness prevention, so rent arrears, hydro arrears, things of that nature. That really only leaves the original funding that came with the download, so the federally gazetted funding amount that came with the download. It was tied to the mortgage payments inside the original projects with the housing units. So it's been on a declining basis as those mortgages decline. And if you give me one moment, I'll let you know the exact amount. If I can come up. So in 2021, we were getting $1.2 million from the province for the base funding of housing. And in 2029, we will get $0. So that's the declining balance. They are functionally out of the business. 2026, we're getting $250,000, 200 in 2027, 100 in 2028, 2029, they're done. So they functionally have left us with a target, and none of the original funding is remaining.
Warden, please.
Oh my goodness gracious. I was not aware. So they do not provide us with a repair budget or remediation or rebuilds or phasing some units out, building new or finding new units within another repurpose, say, of a building?
Through you, Chair. So some of the other fundings have increased substantially over the years, like OP and Kochi. They have increased substantially, but the original flat gazetted funding is ending. I do have a slide about that in my budget workshop. It's slide 100 and some, so maybe it got missed, but
We might have missed that slide there, Daniel. Yeah. So the funding that was specifically in place for the transfer to us is gone in 2 years.
correct, Madam Chair, but also the original mortgages that were transferred to us are also gone as well.
Oh, okay.
No,
Wow.
sorry, if I may, no, I do know the slide you're speaking of, but I thought that was for just the mortgages. I didn't realize that there wasn't another. Anyway, I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm going to have a rant, but we have the press in the room and people are watching, so I'll behave myself.
Okay, thank you. Member from Petawawa, and then North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I like the whole vision plan. I think it's important that we have a framework moving forward, and it's got a lot of good positive aspects to it. I like the fact that it promotes divesting of old stock that costs a lot of money to keep repairing and upgrading. And once people leave, we have to renovate and things like that, and replacing it with new stock. So a lot of that is good. I also share the same concerns, though, when I hear the word private sector and us replacing housing that we own and control and operate, and hope that the private sector will do the same. The first question I have is, when we enter into an agreement with a private sector and an RGI contract, I'll call it, is there a specific term that once they enter into an agreement with us that they have to do it for a set period of time before they can get out of the contract?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. It's an excellent question. And I believe that there's an exit clause of 30 or 60 days. I'm not sure if Mr. Burke has a more definitive answer, but I do know that we have had landlords step away from that agreement. So it's something that we have to be really cognizant about, particularly if we're divesting of buildings and counting on these agreements, because they are able to walk away from them as private market landlords. So it's something that we are certainly cautious about. I see Mr. Burke perhaps has some more detail.
Just through you, Madam Chair, I believe the arrangement between us and the landlord is, as Director Patrick mentioned, but there's also the third party in the agreement, which is the tenant, which is governed under the Landlord Tenancy Act. So the same eviction principles apply with any tenant. So depending on the size of the landlord and various other things, I won't say they can't be evicted, you certainly can, but you have the same protections as any other tenant.
Okay. Supplemental?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So thanks for all of that information. It doesn't leave me feeling any better, really, but the question of modular homes came up, and I know that it's been quite a few years that the province dumped the housing portfolio onto us, and it still seems like it's our responsibility for 1,275 here in Renfrew County. So the modular home plan seems intriguing to me, but if that's something the province is promoting, do they not have a formulated strategic plan where they've got designs of these homes so that, I'll call it a cookie cutter design, so that once they've made it, it can be used in any municipality in the province, so that everybody's not designing their own and spending a fortune on engineering costs, and it will also help speed up the building process in terms of getting permits if it's already approved at the provincial level. So does the province have a plan to help municipalities in terms of increasing their stock?
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So it's essentially the federal government have plans in place, not necessarily for modular homes, but more for the stick-built homes where they have designs already implemented, and they may not be as a building official stamp, but as close enough as it can be at that federal level. And right now, we do not have any plans from the province for modular homes as a stamped product yet. I think we've been at delegations a number of times at AMO and at Roma talking about modular homes. And we've talked about modular homes here for a generations project at Bonnechere Manor site. And we still haven't got traction from the province to utilize any of those funds that could be available to us.
Thank you. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my colleague from Petawawa kind of spoke to what I was thinking about as well, that there should be some sort of a plan, I think, from the government, and thank you, Mr. Burke. I wasn't aware of that either, that in 2029, all of our funding for the units that we did inherit will end. The sad part about I guess the good news is the mortgages will be paid off, but the buildings are done. So it's really not much of a good news story. And if we had some sort of a standardized building design concept, whether it be modular, whether it be stick ready, whatever the case may be, I think it should be imperative on the government to kick something in on the mortgages to pay off those buildings as well going forward. And just one question for staff, because I know some of the funding is used to offset things like rent delinquency or hydro costs, et cetera. Are we seeing an increase in those with inflation and groceries and everything else going up in price?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Brose. Yes, it's an easy answer. We're seeing higher than ever demand in all areas of our programs in the Community Services Department, so yes.
Are there any other? Okay. Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Chair. So first off, thanks and congratulations to staff for putting this together as a men of lifting. I think what happened, or what is the end result, I suppose, has been several conversations amongst senior staff and, of course, your council over 2 years. The housing summit was on April 1st or April 2nd in 2024 now, I guess. And we continue to meet with and have discussions here and outside of this room with, we've brought them to you, with developers, with potential vacant lands, with your own municipalities about what's available to get things going. And they are being pulled in many directions, trying to get things done. And that's not in isolation, because meanwhile we've had Francis Street, there's a ribbon cutting next week to get those units open in Renfrew, three for one units. Lee and Douglas, of course, was opened in now 2022, I guess, 2023. And the other one on Cecil Street. Cecil? 202 Cecil. Can't remember the address. So it's not that things haven't been happening, but between those openings and getting things rolling with these developers, it's the systems piece that Andrea talked about the clients or the residents we serve. The problems are becoming even more, right? They think things we're dealing with are the society pieces of housing are becoming even more troublesome and demanding of staff. So putting this all together and right-sizing the plan moving forward for community housing or social housing is imperative to know where we're going. Pro formas will happen. We can worry about how things are going to get paid for and mortgages can happen, but we need to know and have your understanding that we will present to you in the future a mix of those developers who are asking to build things, and they are coming to us. There are nonprofits. The CADCOs of the world was just announced in Ottawa. They're building something like 3,000, 4,000, whatever number of thousand of units in Ottawa. They're looking at regional expansion. The Habitat for Humanities and the private market, they're looking to develop 100 units, but they're looking for our support perhaps to make it maybe worthwhile. So this right sizes the plan. I know it seems the speed of government works slow, but we needed to right size what we're doing to focus on all of our energies on a few things, and I think this does it for for council moving forward.
Well said. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. A good discussion, and it is a very, as I think Councillor Brose said, it's very complex, and it's not going to get easier. The mortgage payments may be done, but we still have an asset that needs investment, 1,000 assets that need investment. We have a demand of over 2,000 people on a wait list, 2,000 residents on a wait list. And the complexity of the people that need this type of support is increasing. Like it's not just 4 walls and a roof that we're having to consider when we think about community housing. It's all of the other partners and supports that we have internal, but the approach has to be taken beyond just a single department. And I applaud staff. It's not an easy task, and there's a million opportunities out there that people are trying to consider across the Ontario. This vision gives us that grounding to take what exists right now. We know we need to do something with 24 Nelson. It's unsustainable. It is. If we put money into it, it's bad money. We're getting a much worsening decrease in return on any dollar we put into it. The approach to sell it and come up with a new way to try to meet some of that demand, I think I applaud staff. You're thinking outside the box. You're looking for a solution, and I think that's something I'm very much in support of. We know that we have invested in maintaining and prioritizing the wait list. I think the last budget we put money into a program that's going to allow us to make sure that we can service the highest demands as quickly as possible, and to try to ensure that we have the right people entering the program where needed. We have increased our property tax contribution to social housing by over $3 million over the past 5 years. That is a substantial investment in the needs of our residents, those residents that are the most vulnerable and need those supports. That is a huge contribution, not only by county, but also by Pembroke as a shareholder in that challenge. And the question I put forward is how much more can we contribute? I would, given the information that was provided about the agreements that occurred in 2000 with the download from the province, and the fact that that's 25 years old, I would, Chair, put forward that maybe we need to ask the staff just to see if there's, should we put an effort into re-examining that agreement and that legislation that the province has established? Can we do it with a view to working with the province to find an effective way to either replace or renovate the stock that was transferred 25 years ago? So, point one, can we look at, should we invest time in re-examining and advocating for renegotiation of that original agreement? And the second thing is just to highlight the comments that were highlighted by Councillor Service and Councillor Donahue about private RGI. Maybe we should be asking staff if they could consider something along the lines, maybe not as part of this first 5-year vision, but going forward, do we want to consider a different type of RGI, like a facility leasing? So we would lease a portion of a private building and act as the landlord for that portion of that building, as yet another way to kind of secure housing that's provided by the market, but provide a little more stability in terms of the notice for it to be ended, the agreement. So anyway, Chair, I put those two proposals forward. I'd seek your input.
So are you proposing that there be a motion there?
I would ask staff. I would ask staff, is it direction to staff or is it a resolution?
Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you through you, Chair. So let's conquer the leasing element. I think that's part of the vision, is to look for alternative solutions, right? So I think that's carried further. In terms of advocacy for more funding, triple, quadruple, quintuple, the COCHI funding that we get, sure. But we know the province's answers so far, right? There's only so much money to go around. We have 1,000 units. Ottawa has 13,000 units. Toronto has tens of thousands of units they can't renovate at the moment. So, we were just at Queen's Park, as the warden can attest to, and speaking to the minister and talking about repurposing buildings and renovating buildings, and they point to COCHI, they point to HPP. It's not enough, right? It's just not enough. And it's not just us, it's every service manager from across the board. So yes, there are communities that are building, we are building as well. But it takes a community, right? They need free land, volunteer efforts, nonprofits to come forward. There's only a certain amount, or these alternative solutions as we've spoken about, to sell and rebuild, right? But modular's fine. Modular's 20% more than stick framing, right? It's quick. Well, quicker. Francis Street was $250,000 a unit, right? That was the price of a home 4 years ago. So I don't know where the end is. I don't know where the market corrects itself, but that's the realities that we're dealing with now. So $750,000 now buys us a 3-room unit, right? So when we have COCHI, I forget what the COCHI was, $2 million this year, $3 million, whatever we got for COCHI, Daniel. So we didn't get, the COCHI amounts barely allow us to renovate some of our units. So I think what we're signaling, if I could, to the people in the community, we're not shuttering your doors, right? We're renovating as many places as we can, but there may not be the ability to renovate as many units in the future as we currently are because of lack of funding flowing down from the province. And to the others, we can't raise taxes over and over again to pay for these renovations, right? So that's the balance and that we're trying to communicate to the province. So back to the chair's question and to yours, is there a motion on the table to advocate more? I think what you see before you at later today's meeting is when we're going to AMO and Roma and et cetera, that we're advocating for additional things. This is a continual item on our list of things to ask for, is how do we repurpose and renovate buildings on an ongoing basis for stock that was handed down to us 25 years ago. So.
Member from Whitewater, are you good with that? No.
For a moment, let me stew on it.
Okay.
Please, thanks.
Member from Adamston Bromley, please.
I'll provide you some time, Councillor Nicholson. So this, I do not have the scissors for the Gordian knot that is before us. I think that one of the key phrases that Ms. Patrick put on the floor is, we are the service manager. There is nothing that mandates we must be the owner of properties. But of the 1,275, we own 80% of them. That's a pretty large void for the nonprofit to step up, and I am pleased in the report it identifies that there have been discussions of some nonprofits seeking to expand. I see that also through the lens, though, of from the time that I've been in this room, we have absorbed a former nonprofit, which was Ottawaska. Hopefully that is the proper pronunciation. So the challenge is enormous. And as I have indicated, I recognize the incredible amount of work, and we do need to distill how we're going to move forward. This is almost a parallel path to our growth discussion that we just talked about on the 29th of April. These are advancing at the parallel. These are our specific quandaries that are confronting the County of Renfrew. However, in this instance, as written, I cannot support the vision, specifically because of the reliance on the private market. It's not been there just in the discussion that Mr. Kelly had identified, whether it's the private market, the public market. So on this housing that we just redid, it's $250,000 for pretty modest. If the economics aren't there for us, it's understandable why the private sector has not been jamming the coal into the furnace, if you will, in moving forward. Even off the top of my head, I had recently kind of my guy that does repairs on some of my buildings also owns homes in a community in Renfrew County, and he was talking about it is at the state now for renting units that he essentially has his pick amongst the 15 to 20 people that will apply to rent at his place. I don't know if these people are on a wait list. I don't know if they need community housing, but it is showing the pent-up demand. Only one can have that unit. 14 or 15 individuals, and not individuals. Somebody used that, the 2,000 that we have on the waiting list, Councillor Nicholson, the 2,000 individuals that are applying. Some of those are family. I dare say that it's probably north of 3,000 people that are essentially on our wait list. Ultimately, even off the top of my head, I'm considering options of is it feasible? Does the county even have the wherewithal to set up an equity fund where I have a building, but I don't even want to be renting it. Can you be the property manager? I will simply provide the capital investment, whether it's a building that exists now or whether it is something that I'm proposing to build. Are you prepared to be the property manager? Because ultimately what Ms. Patrick said is we are service managers. We don't have to own buildings. So it is to be creative in that sense. Ultimately, I recognize that we need to move forward. And I think that, or what I would venture on the document that is before us, I would endorse this probably on about a 5-year horizon, i.e. within this, I think in a couple of places it talks about incremental. I don't think we have the luxury right now of incremental. I think that we're confronted with degrading buildings, and we're not renovating, it's redevelopment. There is no renovation room left. The bones now will not support a renovation. It is a rebuild, a redevelopment. And I think, in my opinion, the plan, I think, is a sound plan, probably beginning 5 years out, but I think the things that we need to do now can't wait for the private market. I don't think the private sector is there right now, and I don't think it's going to come forward fast enough on the buildings that need to be redeveloped now. I think that there is opportunity for perhaps, let's call it a housing affordability fund, Mr. Kelly. Something on that order. Has there been any on-the-ground investigations of capacity within communities in the county right now to buttress the projection here or the reliance on the private market? Do we have some insight into that? In the absence of that, that's why I'm suggesting between now and, let us pick a number, 2030, I don't think we have the opportunity or the luxury of redeveloping incrementally. Ultimately, if we are perceiving now, there is, sorry, I should back up, this notion of replacing one unit with 3 units, so long as we're still talking about the same beds, the number of people that will be housed, I think that that's a vast opportunity. I know that people that I know that live in what is referred to as terrace homes. I think that model, where in a small footprint, you could potentially house 6 different families or individuals, however it may be. But that is ultimately, I cannot support this today, not because there has not been a lot of effort put into it, and not because it is unsound. It is sound. It is that I do not believe that it is going to be able to accommodate what needs to be accommodated in the near term, the 5-year horizon. I think building after that, this is clearly the path forward.
Thank you. Member from Pembroke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very profound and interesting conversation. Great challenges ahead, obviously. My concern is the province and the federal government at present have come to the conclusion that there aren't enough tradesmen to fulfill the role in creating buildings, from carpenters, plumbers, electricians, engineering people as well. There's a shortage. Although the plan is long-term, and I mean, it's ironic that the province says, well, you know, we're going to withdraw that $1 million from you, because obviously they must understand that there may not be enough people around to complete the projects as indicated in this particular case. And as was mentioned earlier, City of Ottawa has a couple thousand units. Who knows what the City of Toronto has? Who's going to build these? And I mean, there's got to be some advanced planning for that. I mean, there are contractors out there, but I mean, it's supply and demand. And if you want it, then you're going to pay the premium price if you really want it. And that seems to be the issue. I think that the ideals that you've put forward are very sage. I mean, we have to move forward. The idea that revisiting the contractual agreement that's 25 years old has some merit as well. And who's to say what the province will do in 5 years? Maybe they'll come up with a new slew of cash. Could be a different government of the day. But I just wanted to make those statements and express my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. A member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Donahue and City of Pembroke for giving me some time to stew. And I acknowledge the comments, and I think it adds to the discussion. Okay, so when I consider renegotiating, I hear the CAO asking for triple of one of the pots of money. That is not going to solve the problem, and probably very unlikely. However, what I'm probably most frustrated with is this requirement they identified in 2000. You are going to provide 1,274, 75 units of housing. It's 25 years later. And I think they're relying on something and saying, hey, that's your problem. See this legislation, it told you to go do it. Even if the renegotiation is, yeah, you've told us to do 1,275 units, this is what it looks like. This is how much property tax we're investing in the problem. This is the wait list. This is our renovation plan. These are the number of RGI units. We go back to them and say, you've told us to do this. This is the only way we can implement it, given the money you're giving us, the property tax that we're willing to contribute, and the needs in our community. So it's getting them to acknowledge and agree with the conditions needed to meet the 1275. I don't know, CAO, any thoughts on that?
Thanks, Chair. I think it would be a very unpopular decision to put a motion on the table to go into AMO and ask for a reduction in this during a housing crisis. I'm not the one being reelected, right? But I mean, that's the reality. I mean, we have maybe people that aren't maybe can make the motion and go towards AMO, but I don't disagree that perhaps maybe, like anything, going back and managing or renegotiating the agreement isn't a bad thing. But I would, knowing the conversations that have been party to with ministers of housing, they are not looking for a reduction in housing. They're looking for us to do more and finding ways to do it. And not providing us with the revenue tools to do that, right? And so, like bridges and roads and everything else that we have to pay for, here's housing, make more of it.
Supplemental?
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize. Sorry, no reduction. I'm saying this is how we're going to achieve our 1275.
Oh. I see what you, well, sorry, through you, Chair. So it still is, sure. I would agree to your point that renegotiating of the terms and how that mix looks would be beneficial for us to understand, even if it's possible, I think would be helpful. And to do that, it might be just a simple amendment to the agreement, but we'd have to find that out. I don't believe I think that's what was already spoken about today, is that staff is going to go back and part of the disposal of Nelson Street, the recommendation to dispose or declare that surplus, is to look at how that mix would come out in the end. So I think it's part of that resolution today.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? A member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wonder through you, perhaps Mr. Kelly, or if there was someone better placed. So a key component of the resolutions before us is specifically Nelson Street. I wonder if Mr. Kelly can speak to the occupants, perhaps of Nelson Street, that we are talking of disposition of the property.
Ms. Patrick? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Donahue. So in the property at Nelson Street is about half are vacant units right now. As I had mentioned earlier, just with the cost of repairs, we haven't been able to repair a number of the units in that building. So there would be about 12 individuals that would need to be relocated to other units within the portfolio. And if I may, Chair, just with respect to the recommendation that's on the floor and just some of the guidance that staff are seeking, I think as Mr. Davis had spoken about earlier, we have been proactive in increasing units with 8 new at Lee and Douglas, 1 new on Cecil, 2 new on Francis Street. There was also a maintenance staff shop in Renfrew that we changed into a residential unit. So that's 12 that have been replaced. And I think what we are seeking is seeing an opportunity for potentially some seniors that are needing additional care and supports that can't be provided in our buildings, and how could we do, maybe with another organization, provide those services through a private market RGI. And, certainly, happy to take the direction, but one of the things that we've been challenged with is being innovative. We have to pay for these initiatives, and I think as Mr. Burke had spoken about, our homelessness prevention funding is maxed out with other programs. And so if we do want to offer some solutions in certain populations, we have to have a means, to pay for it. So I think part of what is the recommendation from staff is, paying for innovative programs that are also going to maintain the unit count. In an existing building or a new build, we can't provide some of the services and supports that our tenants need. So this was also looking at how could we pay for some of these new innovative models for individuals that are in deep need and may have care needs that are beyond what can be supported by our staff. Thank you, Chair.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I do share the same concerns that Councillor Donahue has in terms of the private market, but in the end, I'm comfortable with the way this is worded, where it says the county will seek opportunities to increase the use of private market rent geared to income units where possible. And I think I put my faith and my trust in the staff and their professionalism that they're going to be cautious and tentative about how far they jump into the deep end with this, and ensure that if we do seek out these opportunities, that they are good ones, and that it's a slow process, that we feel out how it's working before we get too deep into that transition from ownership to the private market. I will just mention the federal government is assisting our municipality in terms of providing RHUs for the military. They made an announcement that they're putting 1,000 units. It has now gone past that, and it'll have a domino effect in everybody's community. Right now, there's a bit of a crisis in Petawawa in terms of housing, so a lot of the members of the military have expanded where they want to live, and they've gone to communities in the surrounding area. As this housing is implemented, we may see a shift of some of those military members coming to the federal housing, which will open up units in all of our communities around here. So hopefully that'll have a domino effect on the entire region and provide some relief to the high cost of housing in our area, and the fact that there will be more available housing for everybody.
Thank you. Member from Pembroke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been largely quiet as I've been listening to the discussion, and as the mayor from Whitewater says, it's the discussion is good. I've always said that unanimous votes aren't very good simply because it means that the members aren't thinking for themselves and aren't trying to determine what is the proper course of action. Certainly a complex issue. I know just this past weekend I was speaking to an individual who runs a facility in the city of Pembroke. Apparently they have one of the lowest rents, and I'm being asked, do I have any means of trying to provide them with additional funds, because some individuals simply do not have enough money, despite the fact that they're the lowest rent apparently in the city of Pembroke for that type of a facility. So I'm in turn putting them in touch with the Renfrew County Law Association, so that sometimes lawyers have clients that don't have relatives or people to give their money to, believe it or not, and they're looking for who they're going to leave monies to in their will, giving other ideas in terms of, different pockets of funds. But ultimately what they're trying to figure out is how can we help these individuals that, even as low as we are, we still can't seem to assist everybody that needs assistance. Which is most regrettable. I'd like to think when we talk about moral obligations, yes, we have a moral obligation to the everybody. It's not just the rich or the middle income that we represent. We represent everybody. And I've always maintained that ethically that we are responsible to everybody. I'm not going to be the one that takes shots at the different levels of government. I think we're all trying to do what we think is right. And yes, we unfortunately are subjected to certain things got downloaded on different levels of government, and the funds didn't follow. We get that. The city of Pembroke, we often have discussions, I'm sure all of you have at your councils, that you're trying to make do with what you've got, and certain things just don't get done on a given year because you just don't have the funds to do it, and you can't just continually increase the taxes to the point where then even the individuals that were paying taxes aren't paying taxes anymore because they give up. So it's tough. And so I commend the County of Renfrew staff for thinking outside the box, trying to find some solutions. I didn't realize this particular location was as bad as it was when you're talking about there's like 50% occupancy, because we're not moving anyone in, because who would want to move in there if there's whatever the condition is, mold or whatever it is. So that's how bad it is. So does it make sense to invest, money good after bad? No. You'd have ratepayers saying to you, what are you doing that for too? It also is not lost on me, and I was there for the ribbon cutting for the 8 units and beautiful building and so forth, but it's like, seriously, this is what you get for X number of dollars. And I don't know, when you're in politics long enough, I go to CNL and I'm looking at a building and it's like, how many million was that? Because that's where your mind jumps, because you know that ultimately someone's paying for that. It's tough. So I support the fact of what you're trying to put forward. It's a step forward to say, okay, so this is how we're going to try and achieve it, because we only have what we have. And I know at the city, sometimes we make decisions, maybe they're not as popular as others, but it's like, this is the money that we have, and this is what we can do to provide what we have a moral obligation, and in this case, a legal obligation to do it. I'm concerned about again, these individuals that are at the mercy of decisions and so forth, because, I hear what what the director Burke is talking about in terms of there's legislation and so forth, but if all of a sudden there's a cancellation, yes, there's legislation there, but if the person doesn't have the ability to pay what the market rent is, are they then rerouting back to the County of Renfrew saying, give us some funds through another program? Or is it, no, we're going to have to agree to terminate our lease because I can't afford it if I am not getting the funding a different way because this provider isn't wanting to continue on with the contract because they've used some sort of cancellation clause. And I'm not faulting them either. I know Councillor Giacono and I know a developer that we constantly have questions of, and it's like, so why not do this? Why not do that? And at the end of the day, they're trying to make a living too. They're a business, and that's what they're trying to do. And so I can see the municipality, the County of Renfrew saying, okay, so we need to have other partners, and this is a way forward. In the short term, this is a way forward. We're going to sell this, and whether it's investing and so forth, and certainly I support whatever staff believes is the appropriate course of action to invest it to try and get whatever rate of return that you have. I know the county's been very proactive in terms of the Warden's Caucus and so forth. I'd encourage you to connect with the Mayor's Caucus. Certainly, we go to Toronto on various occasions to petition for various different things, and certainly get a whole lot more airtime than AMO or Roma will ever give you. So I support what it is that you're doing. I'm not totally crazy about what is going on, but at the same token, if the other levels of government don't step to the plate and don't provide the funds, you're going to end up taking certain measures. And if those other levels of government don't like those measures, I'm sure that then there will be an emphasis. But I fully expect that who's going to hear about it first is it's always the lower tier municipalities. It's the municipalities that hear about it first. But I support it, and thanks for hearing me out. But it's tough. It's tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, all in favor? Against? It is carried. Okay. I have a recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Adamston Bromley. All in favor? Carried. There are no deferred reports, no verbal reports. We had our closed session. Is there any new or other business? I believe not. Adjournment, I will take a recommendation that this meeting adjourn, and the next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, June 10th. Can I get a mover? Member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by member from Arn Prior. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are adjourned, and we will reconvene at, who is doing corporate services? We will reconvene 2:05? At 2:05. Thank you.
Welcome to the Corporate Service Committee meeting on Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. Time is 14:05. We will call this meeting to order on Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. And Ms. Wilson, has roll call been taken?
Yes, roll call has been taken, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Having seen none. In regards to the minutes, could I get a mover and a seconder of the Corporate Service Committee meeting minutes on April 8th, 2026? Town of Laurentian Hills. And second by Petawawa. Any errors or omissions? Haven't seen none. Carried. Could I get a mover and a seconder that the closed minutes of April 8th, 2026 session be approved? Moved by Arn Pryor and Township of Head, Clare, and Mariah. Any errors or omissions? If there are, we will need to move into a closed session. And carried. There are no delegations or presentations for today's meeting. Communications. MFOA Federal Spring 2026 Economic Update. And also KPMG Financial Reporting Update, PSAS. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Bon Cheer Valley and McNabb Braeside. Is there any discussion on the communications? And we're carried. And now we'll move to the consent reports. The agenda includes written items of important information that were provided for your review. A, Corporate Services Department Consent Report, 2026 Council Remuneration, March 2026, and also the Treasurer's Report on March 2026. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Laurentian Valley and Greater Madawaska. Is there any other discussion or any of the items within the consent reports? And that's carried. We'll move on to discussion reports. I would ask the Chief Administrative Officer to overview item number 1, the AMO delegation request within the administration discussion report.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Wow, you're quick today, sir. Thank you. So item number 1 on my report is the AMO delegation request. The recommendation before you today is that the Corporate Services Committee direct staff to submit the proposed delegation request to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO, for consideration at the 2026 AMO conference. We had read that in. Just get a motion in a second on that, sir. Oh, with a microphone, sir, just so Mr. Weir can hear you.
North Algona and McNabb Braeside.
Happy to provide some background for you, sir, if that's okay. So before you is a series of recommendations. Let me just pull these up in my report as the appendix for your consideration. So in the past, we've had a number of delegation requests go through committee. It's a funny timing how this is rolling out this year. The request for delegations was made, I think, the day of the last committee, and it's coming to you, and it's due on the before the next committee happens on the 21st. So there is a series of items that both the clerk and I have noted throughout the last several meetings and over the last period of time, I suppose, since Roma. And those have been indicated in this attachment. I will, however, take a moment to suggest to you the item number 1 is a conversation that we could have. The warden has been behind this idea since day 1 on HST portion. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has taken this up as an effort as well, and has had conversations this week about it, but I'll leave that for the warden to discuss should she want to. Municipal modernization, well, they're there for your reading. The other ones, we've talked about modernization funding in the past. We have talked about repurposing buildings, including the one at Arm Prairie Regional Health. We have heard from the Circle of Turtle Lodge about the Indigenous education tax, and they had asked for advocacy about this. However, we have not talked about this as a group to determine if that's something we wish to continue, nor have we done the appropriate research on this at all. The energy roadblock has been something we've talked about in several meetings, including late as Roma in January of this year. And of course, Highway 17 remains on our list of things to talk about regularly as we talk about intersection improvements. And we just made that delegation, of course, at Roma. We have talked about trade corridors and making or moving forward with a motion about Highway 17 and 417 continuing to be a trade corridor, so this mentions that. And MESA funding, of course, continues. And one that's new but has come up recently with the investments in nuclear and in defense is that the federal government, we welcome and encourage those investments to be made in federal facilities, but they are causing incredible stressors on municipalities, including our own. And I would suggest to you, both in the Laurentian Hills and Deep River and in Petawawa, that the addition of new infrastructure pushes down locally to housing, childcare, and roads and bridges without compensation. So we are suggesting that we meet with the appropriate minister or ministers to talk about these efforts. Toronto was just made the province has endorsed Toronto as the defense infrastructure bank. So Ontario wants to be in the defense game, for example. And what does that mean when those investments are made to local communities? So this would be meant to be a conversation about being ready for those investments and how funds, both from the provincial and subsequently the federal level, would be dispersed to local municipalities to deal with that infrastructure improvement. And of course, once again, the flexibility and utilization of childcare funding to determine why or how we can get more spaces for childcare in our community. So those are a list of at least some of the ones that we've identified, and of course staff is open to hearing other pieces. I firmly believe that we can effectively change how we handle delegations and make our case for really a few 6 or so strong ones this year, as opposed to dividing our efforts amongst, I think we had 11 or 12 at Roma. That was a significant amount of work for staff and council. We're open to those again, but I think focusing our efforts on half a dozen very strong ones would be more beneficial to the County of Renfrew at this time. But again, open to discussion, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Monsieur Valley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I think that it would be worthwhile asking for a delegation about the HST, but only if it's with Minister Bethlen Falvey. Since PA Dave Smith and PA Michelle Cooper just heard it on Monday, and we kind of switched Dave Smith around a bit, and we're kind of waiting for him to get back to us. I think it's a worthwhile topic, but not if it's with the PA again. He's heard it over and over and over and over and over again. And so is Michelle Cooper.
We're okay?
I'm okay as long as I'm great, sir. If there's any that people wanted to suggest not including in this advocacy list, or if we take it and just run with it at this point, I suppose is what we're asking.
Okay. Any other questions? Laurentian Hills.
The Indigenous education tax, I'm all in favor of helping our Indigenous neighbors, but would we be asking them to come with us to form a delegation?
Great.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think that would be helpful. We're unaware of, we haven't done the research on this or what the actual, I think what we heard the ask is of that presentation was that there would be the option for people to elect where their taxes would flow through when they pay an education tax, whether it be the Catholic or the public or perhaps to Indigenous education. I think we would rely on them for that ask and we'd reach out to them. On that point, semi-related, is that I think when and if we are accepted into any delegations, I think that we also consider, as I ask your municipalities, if they are shared pieces of advocacy that we can share with municipalities to join us, or we can join them if we are, if one of us is awarded something and we're not, or vice versa, then we help each others out in a collaborative fashion.
Yeah,
That's all
for
I
sure.
would suggest. So.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Adamson Bromley. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And on this matter that Councillor Giardini has on the table, so at the time of the delegation, it seemed to me that this was kind of a the intent was kind of a continuing education or an adult education as opposed to the school system. Certainly am absolutely would endorse the more robust part of the curriculum within children's education within the school systems. But I don't think that there are any funds that are allocated through the Ministry of Education for adult education. So I don't know, do we have clarity on what it is that they're seeking here?
Through you, Chair, we would have to seek that clarification. I understood it perhaps differently, and maybe that's the clarification we we need to do. I believed that it was a separate allocation for funding instead of the two school boards, that they'd be seeking that. But again, we could verify that before the delegation requests are made on the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a supplemental, and it's very specific to this issue, because ultimately I remain open to that, that it could be that I misunderstood what the intent was. If in fact it is within the school system, then that's a whole different consideration. I mean, is this anticipating a parallel system or a parallel board? If it in fact is like a continuing education or an adult education, the concern that I would have there is that I think that our schools are already substantially challenged with funding with the boards that exist in the province of Ontario. I'm incredibly grateful, I guess, from a very conceited perspective as the mayor of Admaston Brumley, that the education tax rate has been flat for most of the time I think that I've been sitting in this room. The only thing I think that is probably harder to figure out budgetary allocations in the municipal realm is probably within the education realm. So if in fact it was something other than a school system tax, then I actually would not be in support of that, because I think that further dilution of the monies that are raised for education is probably not good for the overall system. Again, I think that curriculum materials that are made available in the province towards a complete education on the relations between the Europeans and the First Nations that were here. Just even this morning in the presentation on the immigration settlement, I was thinking of Champlain's journey up the Ottawa River and encountering Tessowat, I think, was the Algonquin chief of the time, over 400 years ago, and the provision of aid that was held to the immigrants of that time. So ultimately, I absolutely would endorse a very robust curriculum within our schools. But I would not be in support of diverting further education levy dollars towards yet another purpose.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Next, we'll move to the non-elected committee member reimbursement. That the recommendation is that the Corporate Service Committee recommends that County Council adopt Corporate Policy GA15, non-elected committee member reimbursement as presented, and that Bylaw 2307, remuneration of non-council members, be repealed. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Arn Pryor and Adamson Bromley. Any questions or concerns? Oh. background?
I can.
Okay.
I'll provide the background. The report primarily is housekeeping in nature, but it also modernizes how the county supports volunteer participation on committees. Currently, the reimbursement for non-elected committee members is addressed through bylaw 2307, and that dates back to 2007. And it's also a bylaw which we'd like to change over to a policy. So since then, council has established additional committees that include volunteer members, and it has become clear that more consistent and a flexible approach is needed. Yeah, I think that's about it. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. And should I go mover and a seconder again? No, we're okay. So, any questions? We're good? All in favor? And we're carried. Next is update to MFI PPA Delegate Authority Bylaw. That the Corporate Service Committee recommends that County Council approve the amendments to the draft delegate authority for the administration of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act bylaw, and that bylaw 35-90 be repealed. And we have some background. Oh, mover and a seconder. North Algona and Laurentian Hills.
Thank you. And the background is that this bylaw is 30 years old, and legislation has since changed, and we're kind of ahead of the game on this with Bill 97 that just came out that has different changes coming forward for July and January in 2026, 2027. So I'm asking that we update this bylaw to be more modern.
Questions or concerns? North Algona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there was a lot of work done by the CAO from Madawaska Valley on some changes to MFIFA. Do you know if any of those have been incorporated into some of the changes that the province is bringing forward? Some of them were to deal with, the repeated frivolous and vexatious requests that have been made, and even the amount of staff time and, fees for requests, et cetera. Is any of that covered in the updated legislation?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As far as I know, not when it comes to the vexatious and frivolous requests. It does allow more time to provide MFIPA requests back to the response. And it also, I think one of the other changes was that you don't have to do it in a lump sum. So right now it's 30 days, and it's 30 days covering weekends, and it's now 30 days business. It come in July, it'll be 30 business days. And you don't have to do the full chunk, that you can do it in pieces. So because you might then give a response in the first chunk that doesn't require the second amount. So it's supposed to relieve some time on it, but not when it comes to, I don't think there's any legislation so far about the frivolous and vexatious stuff. And there will be more policies coming forward because of Bill 97 that will, but I'll do them in time. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, call a vote. All carried. Oh, carried. We're carried. And now I would like to ask Chief Administrative Officer to overview the procurement of goods and service policy GA-01 in the Corporate Services Department discussion report.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to keep up. I thought that was the last one. Thank you. So this is going to be a tag team by seeing myself and Mr. Burke, because we've been working on this for a while. So again, the recommendation is the Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council adopt the revised corporate policy GA-01 procurement of goods and services as presented. To get it on the floor, Chair.
And can we have the background, please?
Nope. Just if you get a motion first, sir, and then we'll get there. Yeah.
Okay. Moved by?
Nope.
No?
No, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, just that moved by. Yeah.
Petawawa and Arn Pryor.
Thank you. Happy to provide the background along with Mr. Burke. So it's pretty pretty detailed what's going on here. I think in the last meeting or the meeting before that, we talked about the new Buy Ontario Act coming into play and the deadlines associated with that. So a number of things have happened. There was one date that is now passed that dealt with the ambulatory purchases or emergency services purchases in terms of vehicles and whatnot, and the other one's coming up in the mid-May about all other things. So there's a number of things that we have to address in the policy, and Mr. Burke's been working with staff to deal with that. Of course, as we roll out procurement through the year, this is interesting. This would be happening in April and May when we're almost through our tendering season for the most part, but Mr. Hanrath, of course, is dealing with a number of infrastructure projects with steel culverts and everything else. So we had to update our policies to clarify and to at least mention the Buy Ontario Act where and when possible that would be invoked. But again, Mr. Burke has been dealing with a lot of the issues on there. Should you have any questions, it's laid out here. I don't think we need to go into the nitty-gritty of it all, but it really is to identify that we will be obliged, or we are obliging our duty to be compliant with the Buy Ontario Act. Unless Mr. Burke has anything to add at this point. Nope, nothing to add. Chair.
We'll move, thank you. We'll move to questions now. Monsieur Valley.
Thank you, Chair. So once again, there's no municipal jail. I think this is going to be almost impossible. I love the fact that you've laid it out and it, we have to do it. Maybe this is a delegation at AMO explaining that for small rural municipalities, this is almost an impossibility. I mean, I've said this over and over again. I love the idea. Of course we want to buy local. We want to buy Ontario. We want to buy Canadian. Sometimes it's just not possible. And how much staff time is going to be spent trying to procure or even locate the goods that are made locally in Ontario. I'm not sure that they thought this all the way out. Again, love the idea, don't love what they've done here. And I actually had the legislation on I didn't bring my iPad. And there's a lot of, well, if you can't do this for 10% more, and well, if you can't do this for 15% more. So I think there's probably going to be a lot of, we tried, but we couldn't find it. So anyway, that just my thoughts, but maybe an advocacy item.
Thank you. North Algona?
And just to follow up on that, yeah, I don't know if the province is going to hire a procurement police service to make sure every municipality is following their direction.
Thank you. Adamson Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If in fact there is such a thing, it would likely be a fine. I'm relieved actually that if there is a municipal jail, it probably would be the head of council. Dodged a bullet there. The question that I have is with respect to this can be found on page 74. It is under the heading alignment with Think Renfrew County, and similar to the comments that I had just a little over a year ago, I guess now, as we were developing the response to the tariff upheaval, if you will. But the second paragraph, the province's emphasis on Ontario-made goods and services aligns directly with this positioning. So one of what I've found to be a positive outcome, the silver lining of the upheaval, trade upheaval that was visited upon us by the Orange Man to the south, was that a long-standing grief right across the country was interprovincial trade barriers. There was a real commitment to doubling down on our efforts to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, and this seems to be flying in the face of that. If we are in fact being encouraged, and even by statute, perhaps chastened into buying local, it is in fact a trade barrier. I am in support of the resolution that is before us, but I think it does behoove us to say that, is that we need to be careful about baby and bathwater and that sort of thing. And I think that this is a regressive step to be this engaged. I think from the outset, and I believe we are doing this at a national and a provincial level, is recognizing that there is a party at the table that has been a reliable trade partner that is now anything but. And our efforts should be to exclude that and not throw the baby out with that particular orange bathwater.
CEO?
Yeah, no, thank you for the comment, and I know there's not a question there, but I will suggest to you that your comments aren't, they definitely have merit, but it's interesting that I won't say this is a Toronto-centric act, but when you are a community like ours, Ottawa or Prescott-Russell, for example, who have made use of goods and services from 15 minutes away across the border, contractors or otherwise, it's interesting, right? So we could procure services at a very cheap level by going to Fort Collonges than Sarnia, right? But I understand the intent, but that's an interesting piece of all this is when it's just Ontario instead of a geographic circle, then that creates a bit of a different issue for procuring things for the taxpayer at the cheapest rate possible, right?
Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I do agree with the basic premise of shopping local, buying Ontario, buying Canadian, but I agree with what the other councillors have said as well. It's a very complicated and time-sensitive procedure. It puts a tremendous burden on staff to do all this extra research in terms of every time you put out a tender or an RFP to find a product that meets the standards in terms of where was it made, does it have a certain amount of percentage content. So if the province truly wants to push this through, are they going to provide all of the municipalities in Ontario with a list from plow trucks to paper clips of companies that are providing a homegrown, homemade product or a product that has a certain amount of Canadian, Ontario, or local content in order to ease the burden on all of the municipal staffs that have to, comply with this policy?
Like Monsieur Valley.
That's so funny what you just said. So we couldn't even buy brand name Post-it notes because they are made by 3M. And 3M is Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing in the States. So you can buy off-brand Post-it notes, but not name brand.
Good discussion. Thank you. All those I'm sorry, Arm Pryor?
Thank you, Chair. To the CEO, when we procure items through Canoe and LAS, can we tell them that they have to provide the information for the Canadian content rather than us do it?
So through you, Chair, so that is the process that the province has suggested, and this is where we escape the amount of work to be done. So should we wish to buy a widget from a company, that company has to attest to the fact that that widget is made in Ontario. We are not going to go out and check the label that it doesn't say made in Taiwan, right? That's not our obligation. Their obligation as a vendor to us has to be that it has to be from Ontario. There's a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon on this whole thing, right? Is that we are a little free of the obligation to do that, but that is their obligation through Canoe or otherwise. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Having seen none. All those in favor? Carried. And now, now I would ask the Associate Director of Finance Treasurer to overview items 2 and 3, the reserve accounts, surplus deficit policy GA05, and the amendments to the corporate policies and procedures bylaw 59-02. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Chair. The first recommendation, that the Corporate Services Committee recommends to County Council that staff be directed to amend the reserves based upon the direction provided, and further that County Council adopt a revised corporate policy GA05 surplus deficit as presented.
And could I get a mover and a seconder, please? And we'll go Madawaska Valley and Greater Madawaska. Any questions, concerns? Adamson Bromley.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairs. Several on this. First, commend Mr. Burke on trying to discover the architectural drawings for the pyramids that we have in front of us here right now. I don't think it was entirely successful, but nonetheless, Council's committee here in this instance still has the authority to do what is confronting us. So I do appreciate all of the effort that went into this. These had become somewhat orphaned. A lot of these reserve accounts that were left over, I have records of these, of a spreadsheet, that'll surprise no one, that several of these go back to when I first got here, and they haven't actually changed. They haven't even earned interest, which is the strangest thing to me. Not sure where those interest dollars may have gone, but they're not here. I think the insurance one was one, the severance one was one. Those things are precisely the dollar amount that they were here in 2013, actually, because I arrived here and in 2015 saw the audited financial statements for 2014 that do in fact have 2 years running. So I could in fact go right to 2013. So several of these, and in fact, Mr. Burke has the Economic Development Reserve was created in 2025. Well, it might have been amended in 2025. It's been in place since at least 2013. It was static at $40,000 through 2017, and in 2018 it was reduced to $35K. I have no idea why, and it's been static since. And I mean static. It hasn't even earned a dime in interest. Anyway, on items 3 and 4, I would just suggest they're not substantial sums of money. That my recommendation is rather than rolling them in, staff have no recommended changes to ECDev or development. My suggestion was, why don't we roll those into HYPE? There is a HYPE reserve. HYPE is an economic development perspective. This is a source of where we can fund HYPE for a little bit longer without actually going to the levy. Some of the funds are already there. That would be one. A question on item 8, the insurance. So in fact, based on this, I did go back to the June 12th, 2025 report. Is there an anticipated wind-up date for OMEX when we might actually realize a pretty substantial refund or rebate coming out of this? The insurance fund as it exists right now is not terribly large. Can't quickly find it. Anyway, doesn't matter. But it's 1.1 million on wind-up. So I wonder if Mr. Burke can identify when that might be wound up.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, that's an excellent question. So the insurance reserve is currently $150,000. I don't know why that should be or what it was for. But our contribution to OMEX, as you say, this was the reciprocal insurance arrangement we were part of for a number of years that did eventually wind up. It should, and my predecessor and I often had this conversation, that it should be winding up shortly and pushing out those unspent insurance premiums it is holding. There is a theoretical possibility that, I believe under the Insurance Act, you have something like 5 years to make a claim from the date of the accident, unless you were a minor. So there is a theoretically long tail for potential claims, but a practical period is, functionally over. That's why we're not really concerned about the amount. I can't see much changing in terms of an actual claim coming forward, but there's a theoretical possibility. So our estimate would be soon that this will wind up within the next 5 years. But again, we can't really say. That's at the discretion of the OMEX board, who I'm not sure who they are anymore.
Thank you. And follow-up.
that last comment of Mr. Burke's, I'm going to leave that to a future meeting because I think that there might be a deep dive on that one unto itself. The 150, by the way, on this fund, that's been there since 2013. I have no idea when it started, but for the last 13 years, it's been precisely 150,000. On item number 10, the general working capital reserve, you'll note that it says that historically, this is how it's been used. What I would dare say is, this is conjecture, but I would suggest that at its inception, working capital is a different thing from capital. Working capital would be a fund that would be available for operations. It is simply a holding account of working capital, and capital in this instance being money. However, that's not how it's been used since I've been in the room. This was almost a companion to the TCA reserve that essentially has been at zero for some time. On this one, all I would suggest, or perhaps a motion at the end of this, I think that there should actually be documentation on specifically what this is to be used for, as opposed to the precedent of how it's been used. I think it would be much preferable to have a document that states what it was, so as to avoid going forward that someone might have to determine that Mr. Burke had built the pyramid in this instance. So that would be a suggestion on number 10. All of the capital reserves through the next ones, I think that those are absolutely supportable. Then when we get into these are the WSIB reserves. A question first off, it seems a substantial amount of money. So the suggestion here is there is or has been a reserve for the paramedics. It was from 2013 through the start of 2018, there was almost 800,000 sitting in there, and then it got utilized completely in 2018. I'm assuming, perhaps Mr. Burke can confirm or correct, that likely PTSD, the presumptive PTSD decision of the province may have led to the complete draining of that account of near $800,000. But within that, and on this one, on the RCHC, and on the two long-term care potential, or WSIB reserves, I'm wondering how 100% of the annual seems like a sizable amount of money. Now, there may be some support for that given substantial variance, and that the paramedic service does in fact require us to have an actuarial report. I don't know that we're seeing that substantial variance across the other three, so 100% of the annual seems like a pretty substantial sum. So I wonder if he could both identify what utilized the large amount with the paramedics, and what led him to arrive at the cap on the reserves.
And Mr. Burke.
Through you, Chair. So I could postulate that it was probably around that time that the presumptive PTSD legislation came into effect, and we did experience a substantial spike in WSIB cases. That, I believe, has sort of settled out, and we have that a better process in place now to handle that, and a number of other services. So that's kind of, I would say, under control at the moment. In terms of what 100% of the WSIB annual costs would look like, so for paramedic service, that's about $2.1 million a year. In Miramichi Lodge, it's $162,000. In Bonnechere Manor, it's $526,000. And in RCHC, it's $24,000. I'm not particularly attached to the 100%. We could drop it down to 50%. Again, it's how big of a buffer do you want? It's really up to committee and council what you would prefer.
Thank you. Second follow-up.
We're only just scratching the surface, Mr. Chair. So certainly we've seen substantial variance, though what I would say, slightly different terminology, as opposed to under control, it is stabilized, I think is an accurate way. As we adapted to the new environment of presumptive PTSD, there was some instability, and we saw some substantial variation and cost pressures that were associated with that. So I'm at this point, I would certainly not oppose on the paramedic service of having that as a target. I don't think, and Mr. Burke, you would have to correct me on this, since we do not see an actuarial report from the others, or at least in the actuarial report that we see on the other agencies and the WSIB, we're not seeing that substantial variance and instability that we have seen in paramedic service. So on those, I would recommend that 50% would be a substantial sum to have on hold should we experience substantial change.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so all of those are all Schedule 2, so they do have actuarial reports, but you are correct, their usage, they don't have the same legislation where mental health injuries are treated in the same way, so they have a different usage pattern, I guess would be the term.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
So the last ones are associated with the long-term care, and I discussed with Mr. Quaid this morning. So the CMI, we've never used it. We had been experiencing, let's call it, instability there as well. Though often what we were seeing, and it was confounding, typically we were seeing one home would be getting more than we thought and the other home would be getting less than we thought. And the intent behind the creation, and I think I might actually have moved it. If you did find the source of that, Mr. Burke, I think my name might be attached. But it's never been used. And I don't know that it necessarily needs to be used. What I will add, though, is in your report, it says in the event that there might be a diminishment in the acuity, it has been my experience that we've never experienced that. I would never say that we would not experience that, but in the entire time that I've been sitting in this room, the acuity has only gone in one direction. However, I would support that. On the one provision, though, Mr. Chair, is I would suggest, as we are now, so for committees, for context, when we initially rolled out the person-centered care, here known as Butterfly, and certainly on the reserve it is the Butterfly model, it was for the cognitive, the dementia area of the two long-term care homes. The principle of person-centered lends itself towards this extension throughout both long-term care homes. What I would suggest, rather than rolling these into another reserve, that as we are rolling the extension out into the balance of the homes, that we simply draw these down to zero and close them rather than transfer the funds out, that these funds be available for Butterfly, which would be both capital, but potentially even also for enhanced training costs or things like that, but when depleted, that they would be closed.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, if I could just comment, I'm not opposed to that approach. I would just say that the Butterfly costs were difficult to identify. There was definitely training and other things that were easy to identify, but the volume of the turning those wings into Butterfly compliant was very small things. Like the homey items and the painting and stuff like that was very hard to separate from run-of-the-mill purchases and things that were happening. So my only comment on that approach is that it might be a little bit onerous to try and figure out which parts of what purchases belong to Butterfly and which do not. But other than that, we can certainly go through that exercise if that's the desire.
Thank you. Petawawa?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just one comment on number 16, the growth reserve. I thought it was very innovative and forward-thinking by council and staff to come up with that reserve fund to deal with all of the growth that's taking place in the county. I'm just wondering, and I know this year we didn't deposit all of the available funds created by growth into that account, and perhaps Mr. Burke can tell me what happened in 2025 in terms of did we deposit all the available funds created by growth into that account? And we've often heard the mantra in this chamber is that growth should pay for growth, and this reserve account is a great example of how we can do that. There is a lot of expected growth coming in Renfrew County in the upcoming years, especially with the government announcement with the defense spending. There's going to be billions of dollars spent on garrison and infrastructure and by the federal government, even in the community, as well as all of the billions that are being spent up at CNL and the growth in Arnprior and many of our other communities. So I just think it's important, and my suggestion is that we entrench into the policy that all of the funds created by growth annually are put into that growth reserve and are not, I know some of them were allocated to other places this year. So I guess my question is, what happened last year, Mr. Burke?
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Chair, I appreciate the mechanism was designed just to do what you say, is to allocate that growth revenue that we had from new or expanded properties to pay for the expansion of services that those properties would require. Of course, as you know, in our budget deliberations, those growth priorities then have to be measured up against all the other competing priorities. And in 2026, we substantially cut that growth reserve. I believe in 2025, we did actually put the entire amount in. So there was funding there, but in the current year, there is almost no funding, and most of it would be consumed, or all of it, I should say, would be consumed by our 50% cost share in the Petawawa Roundabout project. So that's where we're at, is the struggle to actually allocate the funds to do what we want to do, which is pay for those expansion projects. We can certainly write into the reserve that that's what will happen. However, you cannot bind a future council, especially on a discretionary reserve. So the next council may, at budget deliberations, choose to not do that, and that would be okay then as well.
Thank you. Yes, Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple questions for Treasurer. I noticed that we're going through it. There's two reserve accounts that have delegations. One is the HYPE to you, and the second one is the OHT one to the OHT group. The rest are reserved for council. And I also noticed that only two of them have upset limits, the two WSIB ones previously mentioned. Is there any other considerations? Should we be delegating more? Are there other areas where we should have a minimum balance? Is there any of that input that you'd like from council at this time?
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Chair, I don't believe so. So there are a couple other mechanisms that occur automatically, like any surpluses or deficits coming out of those capital reserves. But the bulk of our reserves are driven off of the budget document, which is a version of council decision-making, but it's, buried in that budget document is where most of those things happen, that this project will be funded from this reserve. So I don't believe that I require any more delegations, or that we really should have any more delegations. Like, certainly special projects to be withdrawn from reserves, I would imagine should come before county council.
And thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just a supplemental. I also noticed the comment about discontinuing two plans at the end, and I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Very healthy discussion. Another question?
Not a question, but if the questions were done, so I had identified my suggestions, so I'd move those, but I don't want to interfere with questions if there remain any outstanding, Mr. Chair.
I think in the recommendation, it states based upon direction provided, and I think there was direction. Am I not correct? Through the discussion?
So yes, but I am moving to amend the recommendations.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Okay.
And we need a seconder?
Well, I'll put on the table, and I think because there were three distinct recommendations, so rather than lump them all together, I think if I addressed each of them individually by your leave.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So first is that we amended such that the Economic Development Reserve and the Development Reserve be transferred into the HYPE Reserve.
Do we have a seconder? Whitewater? All those in favor? That one's carried.
Thank you. The second one, and I didn't address this in my question, but with respect to several of the reserve accounts, and I will name them. So the Winter Control Reserve, the Bonashire Manor WSIB Reserve, the Miramichi Lodge WSIB Reserve, the Renfrew County Housing Corporation WSIB Reserve be capped at 50% of annual budget.
Do we have a seconder? North Algona? All those in favor? Carried.
And the final, Mr. Chair, is that the Butterfly Reserve for each of Bonashire Manor and Miramichi Lodge continue until fully utilized and closed.
And do we have a seconder? Madawaska Valley. And all those in favor? Carried.
That is it. Thank you.
Now. Sorry? So back to the original recommendation. Do I need to read that? Or just say as amended? As amended. All those in favor? Carried. Wow, that was a tough one. Now we will move on to corporate policies and procedures bylaw. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation that the Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council approve the inclusion of the updated policy GA01 procurement of goods and services and policy GA05 surplus deficit and the new policy GA15 non-elected committee member reimbursement in the bylaw to amend bylaw 59-02 corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, and that the revised bylaw to amend bylaw 59-02 corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew be adopted.
Can I get a mover? North Algona and Bonashire Valley. Background, please.
Through you, Chair, this is the 5902 is the bylaw that controls our corporate policies. So as you've amended 3 corporate policies, we will update this bylaw to include those amendments.
Thank you. And any questions? Having seen none. All the vote? Carried? Carried. Now I would like to ask the Associate Director of People and Culture, Deputy Treasurer, to overview item number 4, the changes to employment bylaw number.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and through you to committee. So the recommendation is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council approve the return of the Human Resource Generalist position into Group 5 of the non-union salary grid within Employment Bylaw Number 1, and further that the revised Employment Bylaw Number 1 be adopted.
Can I get a mover and a seconder? Petawawa, Laurentian Valley. Background.
So in background to this issue, we've had some recent staff turnover in our HR department and are facing some ongoing recruitment challenges. Given the candidates that are applying for the open positions, we're seeking County Council's approval to reestablish a lower level position, Human Resource Generalist, on Employment Bylaw Number 1. This is a reintroduction of a previous role that existed before we reorganized the department in 2020-2021. This position will give us greater flexibility to attract and retain talent by enabling the promotion of qualified internal candidates or the recruitment of a more junior professional with demonstrated potential. This approach supports a sustainable workforce development model, allowing the successful incumbent to be trained and progressively upskilled to meet the competencies required of the HRBP role, while also ensuring continuity of service and capacity during this period of transition.
Questions or concerns?
Mr.
Sorry, no problem with the approach. I just, from a budget perspective, is it a net zero change?
So through you to the councillor, this is actually, it will be a gain for us for a period of time while the person is paid at group 5 as opposed to group 7 on the bylaw, until that they're upskilled enough to meet the job requirements of what would be the human resource business partner role. So for a period of time, we'll be budgeting for the position as a human resource business partner, but if we are unable to find someone with that skill set and we're upskilling someone either internally or a junior professional, it gives us the flexibility to pay a lower wage rate as they're learning and progressing, as opposed to paying them the wage rate that assumes having education and experience that is required by the job description for the human resource business partner. So we would actually save some money for a period of time while they're at the group 5 rate until that they're, satisfy the criteria of being a group 7 rate employee.
Perfect. Then I'm assuming it just goes into a reserve somewhere, and then we can... Oh, sorry.
Too soon.
We passed that subject before, reserves. Any other questions? I haven't seen none. All those in favor? Carried. Could I get a mover and a seconder that the discussion reports be received as presented? North Algona and Arnprior. Any further discussion? That's carried. Oh, all those in favor? Carried. I keep forgetting that line. It just slips by. There are no deferred reports. Are there any new updates that require verbal reports? Bonchir Valley.
If I could, Mr. Chair, call on Mr. Belmore to introduce his intern, please.
By all means.
Sure, and thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So joining me here today is Nora Lavallee. She's an HR summer student at the County of Renfrew, currently in her second year of studies at Algonquin College, heading towards an HR degree. So we thought we'd show her county council and committee today, so she's interested to see how things work here at the county.
And welcome. Awesome.
After 6 years here, what? After 6 hours, is she going to stay?
Closed session, there is no closed session. Is there any other new business? Could I get a mover and a seconder for adjournment? Adamson Bromley and Head Claire and Mariah. That this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, June the 10th, 2026. I need a move. That's it? That's it? And the time is 3:02. Thank you. Go Habs, go. Oh, and a vote, please. Didn't I? Okay. And a vote. Laurentian Hills and... I have a motion. All those in favor? Carried. Now, go Habs, go.